Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After a hiatus, we are back and on board for the final race of 2024. Across the next 2 days, we're going to be deciding our Thailand Super Series champions across all of our classes, including the Super Compacts, Super Recos, Super Pickups, both the A and B class drivers, your GTC, GT3, GTM, and GT4s. We've got an action-packed weekend for you. I'm joined back in the booth by Reese Gardner, who joins myself, Scott Rankin, along for the commentary for this morning's period of racing. Reese, first and foremost, thanks for jumping back on board as a part of this one, but I get the feeling you wouldn't have missed this one for the world.
Oh, no, absolutely not. The final round of the season, and we've got plenty of excellent racing to come across the course of the next 2 days. And yeah, what a venue we're going to be at as well. We're at the Chang International Circuit here for the final race of the season, and I'm looking forward to seeing exactly how the racing goes around here. We've got plenty of classes, plenty of brilliant racing yet to come.
Yeah, certainly we do. It's going to be brilliant to keep an eye on. For those of you who are here for the GT3 racing action, that will be at the tail end of things. A few shots of the Super Pickups across the weekend. One of the biggest and most popular categories, of course, with all the Isuzu D-Maxes made locally in Thailand, as well as our wonderful tyre supplier as well, with the Hancooks. A little bit of the action. How wild and woolly was it when we went to the streets of Bang Sen earlier in the year? But then also the wonderful trip that we had to Sepang, which ended up being rain affected as well, including those red flag sessions that had to be rescheduled to the second running of Sepang weekend. In terms of the year though, Reese, there's nothing like this. The last couple of years that we've been on board for the Thailand Super Series, this one has just been wild.
Yeah, certainly has. We've had plenty of drama over the course of this season, and you know, for my first time really commentating a real world racing championship. Of course, we both come from the sim racing world first and foremost. This has been a great introduction. It's been an honor for me to be part of this.
Yeah, it certainly has. Live now for the final round, we return to where we started the season off, the Buriram International Circuit, Chang International Circuit as well, also known as located in and around Buriram in Thailand. The first category of the day is going to be race number 7 for the Thailand Super Compacts. We're going to get ourselves 60 minutes worth of racing action plus the lap. That means there's going to be driver swaps, there's going to be pit stops, there's going to be compensation time that's added across the weekend as well, but 60 minutes worth of racing action. These little cars as well, a lot of room to go racing because, well, when you're in a little bit of a narrow car, it allows there to be a little bit more of a gap as well.
Yeah, indeed. The Thailand Super Compacts back at Bang Sen were absolutely magnificent. Really loved watching that race and calling it, and looking forward to more of the same this weekend. I think these cars will be very well suited to this particular track. You know, Chang International, very wide, modern venue. Not much in the way of elevation change, but some very challenging sequences of corners that I think will certainly bring the challenge to the drivers in front-wheel drive cars, to say nothing of the more powerful rear-wheel drive cars we're going to be seeing later.
Yeah, and interesting to note as well, heading into this one, our driver that's going to be offered pole position, team of drivers that are off pole position, is number 14 entry of Thanaroj, who is going to be starting this one off. Also happens to be our point leader. He's got quite a significant margin under his belt. 87 points, plays the next closest, the 25 machine, which will have Noah at. He starts at a 4th position, but the big one for me is that Thanaroj, when he's had speed, he's converted. But really, really interestingly as well, is that he's won one race at every round. Remember, 2 races per round, 1 on the Saturday, 1 on the Sunday. It's not as if he's gone out and dominated Saturday, Sunday from one event. No, none of that. He's actually won first race of the championship. Then he won the 3rd race of the championship, second race event. That was at Bang Sen. He's also come back and won the most recent race, which was back here as well. I can tell you, he is on form. 3 race wins from 3 races across the season. He looks set to take the title, and a 12-point margin. That's going to take some overhauling in the final round of the season.
Yeah, you'd say that he's the one in the box seat, so to speak, and it's going to be difficult for his rivals to overcome him. But there's always a chance. There's always a chance in the back of your head, you know. With how wild the racing has been this season, no one is safe. We've seen some really crazy incidents happen to just about every driver in the field. I think keeping it clean, keeping it safe, is going to be foremost in our championship leader's mind today.
That's it, making sure that you convert points onto the board. But let's run you through the drivers' standings a little bit, just to give you some context to the final race of the season, final two races of the season. So we've already said Thanaraj from Noah Rat are your points leaders, 14 Machine from the number 25. Well, sitting in third spot is the teammates, Mitchell Charmiji and Mohammed Nakib Noor Aslan, tied on 73 points. That's because they operate effectively. This championship allows for drivers to operate as a team and also on an individual basis at the same time. So they sit together on 73 points. They are only 2 points behind Norat. So that is going to be probably the primary battle we'll be keeping an eye on across the weekend. If Thanaraj, though, can convert, potentially stick a race win in from the first race of the weekend, might be enough to lock in the championship for him. Who sits fourth place on the championship totem? It's Budamont and Chenyabut, the 95 entry. The problem for them, they're 11 points further back from the guys up ahead of them. They've had speed, but they've also had DNFs across the season, and that's been a big feature. You've got to make sure that you've put points on the board, Reese.
Yeah, exactly. Get as many points as you can. Consolidate yourself coming into the final round. Quite a few entries also had some lap times disallowed due to track limits in qualifying one. Of course, that comes with the territory, really. This circuit is, as I said, a very modern venue with tarmac runoffs all over the place. And so it's quite easy for you to push those limits a little further and overrun those track limits. And I think that's going to be first and foremost in the drivers' minds coming into this round. A big part of getting those points in the end is avoiding any penalties from race control. So got to keep it clean, keep it between the white lines.
Yeah, and then also making sure that you get to the back end of a race as well, I think is incredibly important. Because if you have a look up and down our championship table, Nora Rat's actually been incredibly consistent. He's managed to take home out of that second spot. He's got 3/3, 1 second and a fourth. So pretty much basically been within that top four is the worst he's finished. But there's also a DNF from race number 3. And if you add effectively another 10 points, well, he's right there and he's right in the championship hunt. So 1 DNF in theory at the back end of this one. If he'd have put 10 points on the board from that race, we'll have to have a look at after the conclusion of race number 8 tomorrow. That might be a talking point. There's one race that could be all it took to wipe him out of championship contention. But you'll get a few opportunities, ladies and gentlemen, to witness Goody at work down on the grid in Buriram, as well as our lovely attendance up and down the field. You can see just in the background, pole position for the Super Compacts will be the 14 machine of Thanaparaj and Thanapatra, the YK Motorsports Honda CRZ. One of the benefits of this class and category, Reese, as well as the wide variety of machinery that's allowed as well. You'll see it when we jump across to our Super Ecos later on. There's quite a number of different manufacturers and makes. But getting that car and the series to be competitive across a number of different outfits, really, really difficult. They do it with restrictors, sequential shifters. That'll also earn you a penalty, but it's also time in pit lane as well. Your success time. You win a race, that equates to an extra long pit stop.
Yeah, indeed it does. Tightens up the action and makes the margin for our championship leader all the more impressive. I think that the main thing to think about in that sense is, consistency is key, and being able to overcome those extra long pit stop times, being able to keep the pace up over the course of an entire season. That's what's given Thanaraj that 12-point lead. And like you said, I mean, the variety of cars available, that's something else that has to be overcome is, your car is going to have advantages and disadvantages compared to everything else. We've got a Honda CRZ on pole position. We got a Ford Fiesta starting in third, Toyota Yaris's and Altis's, Honda City, Toyota Vios. Man, there's a huge range of cars competing in this race, all of them with their own attributes that the drivers have to take advantage of.
Yeah, and at the same time, if you're looking to get into motorsport effectively, this is the second step on the rung of Thailand sports car racing, if you will. Again, front wheel drive style cars. They're gonna have that on power understeer as well around what is a fast and flowing circuit. We've seen it across the duration. This is a series that does put a lot of load through the tires, as well. Consider the weather conditions. We are into winter in the northern hemisphere, so it is a little bit cooler, but we're so close to the equator. What's the difference between winter and summer? It's very little.
Yeah, basically, it's the difference between whether or not you feel the humidity. I guess is the main thing. Of course, this series takes place in Southeast Asia, very near the equator, where it's almost always overcast in some respect, and the weather can turn at any moment, as we saw at Sepang earlier on in the season. So yeah, weather is another factor.
Yep, so just taking a quick read from Google. Sorry. Currently 23 degrees Celsius in terms of air temperature, expected for a high today of 28, which will be warmer than it was. It's going to be warmer than it is tomorrow, but the humidity 69% at the moment. Slight chance. We're looking at a 5% chance of rain, but we've never really seen much of a chance of rain here at Buriram. Strong winds, though. Looking to peak about midday around 29 kilometers an hour, and that looks to be coming from the northwest and heading to the southwest for the rest of the day. But it's going to be an interesting one. 28 degrees, but with a high humidity. Boy, it feels a lot different. I can tell you, I've just moved from a dry region myself back a lot closer to the coast, and the humidity is the part that's certainly killing me.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, I'm fortunate to be living in Perth, where the big meme in summer is, oh, but it's a dry heat, so you don't really feel it. I'll tell you what, I certainly do. I feel like it's an oven every time I step outside. I'd definitely rather be on location in Buriram today with those lovely, relatively mild temperatures that we're seeing today.
Look, 28 and humid. That's about so. Remember, that's winter over in Thailand. It's pretty much the same here in Australia at the moment. The humidity's not too on the east coast, right where I am. It's about the same temperature, about the same humidity, but that's summer versus winter, I suppose. Anyway, I've got just about everything done live from the grid. I believe it'll probably be about a minute before we're actually rolling away from the grid. So formation lap will be underway here in just a few moments. As you can see, 8:15, just before 8:15 a.m. live in Thailand from the Chang International Circuit. Buriram, Thailand. It's been the host of some phenomenal battles. And we get started at the moment. Give you a little bit of a rundown of what we're expecting across the course of the day and what the schedule's due to look like. We've got your super compacts, which will kick us off here. Race number 7. For 60 minutes plus 1 lap. After that, though, the last of the qualifying sessions. We've kicked off the bulk of them, but there are still 4 more qualifying sessions to come. That will be your GTM and GT4, which will kick off in about an hour and 15 minutes time. They'll have 2 sessions back-to-back with a 10-minute break in the middle, and after that, we get into the Thailand Super Series, Supercar, GT3 categories and confirmation as well. From that one, Douglas Koo, who's been known for driving a very lovely looking green, silver and black Mercedes. Unfortunately, he's had some issues with that Mercedes this weekend. He will be jumping on board a Lamborghini GT3. Doug's had quite an eclectic selection of GT3 cars. Last year was aboard the Aston Martin Vantage GT3, swapped over to the Mercedes GT3 for this year, and now on board with a Lamborghini. So you can say that man is very, very lucky to have that range of equipment on offer to him.
Yeah, indeed. And we'll see if he can make good use of that range of equipment this weekend, as now we are on the formation lap for Thailand Super Compact. Another look at the track here at Chang International Circuit. Of course, it's hosted MotoGP, I believe, in the past, and it's a very good venue. You know, the middle and final sector of the lap, fast and flowing, but I think the first sector is really dominated by those long straights and sharp corners as well at the first and last turns of the track. Turn 3, the hairpin, all of those corners, acceleration is going to be super important, and in these front wheel drive cars, it's all about getting it rotated on the way in. They'll be making good use of those Hankook Ventus F200 tires.
Yeah, certainly will. Those are the cars and the tyres that are available to us for Super Compact and all of your Supercar GT categories. The 15-inch variants on offer here for the Super Compact, and rolling start for 60 minutes here. Thanaraj will be on board at the 14 machine to start us off. Chayar will be along to his outside. Kajansak will be hoping to try and get that Fiesta across the line. Norarat will be on the second row of the grid out of 4th position. He'll be looking to try and see if he can beat the 14 entry, score some points back on them. Nadal, the first of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand entries, will be, alongside a Kiata fan in 6th spot. Achita Font, the Japanese driver, and Shannon are going to make up your row number 4 on the grid. The 38 entry, the Wing Hidden Motorsports, number 38, will have Mitchell behind the wheel. Chottenham will be alongside of him to start that one off out of 10th. Outside the 10, Chanan Chicha and Passarit going to be your top 12, the 65 and 95 entries, respectively. Fuapon in the 33 entry out of 13th. 14th, Yotsaroon. Amor will be out of 15th. That's another one of the Wing Hidden Motorsports entries in Thanawit. The Demetsu Racing Thailand by AP entry, the 15 machine out of 16th. Last 3 entries on the grid, Pirapat from Nat out of 18th, and Narakrit will round out the field. He'll hang over to Manuel Rafael Caceres in the Honda Jazz GK from the rear end of the field. 2-driver partnership there, mix of 2 and single driver combinations here across the 60 minutes. Of course, with temperatures, humidity and everything, it is a fatiguing event, but managing your 2 drivers across the weekend going to be key. The safety car will speed off. The first race of the grand finale for 2024 Thailand Super Series. It is time for your Thailand Super Compact. They're going to form up on the run to the final corner. They'll line them up. They'll turn around that final corner, and then the short shoot down to the start finish straight as well. The first of many races both today and tomorrow. What are they going to be able to put on for us? Can Chayar get the launch around the outside? Can the 25 entry, Norarat, can he try and steal a championship here? That is the key for him. The long run out of the final corner. And we're going to be green flag racing here in just a few moments. And indeed, there we go. They'll launch out of the final corner. Here comes Thanaraj. He'll cover the inside. 3 wide on the run on the second row. They're all scrapping for space.
4 wide.
92 machine that did not get away, but he's run around the outside. There was a tag there. Someone's gone around. Oh no, is that the 12 entry? Hopefully he's got out of that okay. Might be the 25 was facing backwards. It is. It's the 2nd place championship entry, and that is not how he wanted to start that one. And once again, Kajonsak as well has so much trouble in that Ford Fiesta. It's another time that he'll go tumbling down the order. And there's Chayar as well. I thought I saw him sliding around the outside of turn 1. That'll be a safety car for sure. They're going to have to rescue him from the gravel.
Yeah, he's really bogged down, isn't he? Oh man, Chaim Wangam, goodness me. What an awful start to the race for both him and Norarat. That's just incredible. Massive championship implications from that for the number 25. And well, the safety car hasn't officially been called yet. They've still got to race here until the safety car is called. And we'll have another look at this. So, they both made contact with each other. You saw just off to the left of frame. I thought the 4 wide into turn 1 was going to end badly, and unfortunately it has.
Yeah, and there is definitely contact in the front left of the 25 machine of Norarat, and there's the safety car confirmation. The board's up in the background, but was it just me, Reese, or did it look like he lost the rear end of his car on his own and then just sort of tagged Chayar? Or
Yeah, it's difficult to tell. I mean, if there was an onboard available, we'd probably be able to tell the full story. It's just difficult for me to tell at that stage.
But the difficult part, I think, for Chayar is that Nora absolutely would have been in his blind spot. There was not really a whole bunch he could have done. Terrible start. That was the big key. It looked like he might have missed a gear, missed a shift or something on the run down to turn number 1. And we just had some confirmation and pop up on our boards. They're going to be looking at passing under safety car. So that'll be looking at how quickly the drivers responded to the boards.
Yeah, well, the field will form back up behind the safety car here. And we've lost 2 of our heavy hitters from the front of this field. Hopefully the both of them get recovered, and they'll be able to take further part. But for now, the field continues to roll on by, and that's just further time that's going to be lost for both of our top competitors in this series. Thanaroj, unbothered up the front for the time being, and there's not much anyone else can do to overcome him at this stage.
The yellow car fell off the back, and I was going to say maybe they got Chayar out of that gravel nice and early, but they didn't. No, it's the 33 entry of Philpon that they're getting the bonnet open on that car, having a look underneath the lid. But effectively, we've lost 2nd, 3rd, and 4th down towards the tail end of the field. So Norat, who was the Toyota Gazoo racing car that you saw around at turn 1, contact with Chayar. Chayar's in the gravel, was the 92 Honda CRZ, but also the number 4 machine, the Ford Fiesta of Kajonsak, also had an issue on lap 1. So 2nd, 3rd, and 4th now sit 16th, 17th, and 19th, with waiting on confirmation of whether or not Chayar was able to get that car out of the gravel trap back into the race, and safety car in this lap 2 race.
Yeah, so we'll begin back to racing very shortly. Yeah, Chayar is showing up on our timing as unclear exactly what his status is. It was at the exit of turn 1, so I think they've at least cleared the car by now, because the safety car is coming in. Whether or not Chayar is still going to be able to take part remains to be seen. That number 33, though, still in the pit lane. Evidently, there's been some kind of heating issue, I believe, or cooling issue, rather, on that car, potentially. Not sure exactly what they were working on, but bonnet's down, so they should be able to get back out there.
Yeah, hopefully they'll get back out there. And the other thing I did notice was that onboard shot we actually went to was directly from Norat. So that was from the 25 entry. I do wonder whether or not we might be able to get a replay, hopefully. All we can do is hope, because that'll tell a lot more of the story of what happened down at turn 1. But that's going to be a big one for this category for the weekend, and it's left a lot to do. And we wonder how much damage there will be to Norat. He's going to have to make a fair bit of headway early on in this session.
Yeah, a lot of work to do if you find yourself at the back of the field after a lap 1 incident. But after a couple more laps of touring behind the Toyota Camry safety car, we'll be able to find our way to racing action once again. You see that Nadal in the Toyota Altis there, really close to Thanaroj, and he's looking for a good race coming into the first turn here. There's the field forms back up, single file, and it's going to be Thanaroj in control of the start. The green flag will fly in just a few moments, and we'll get back to racing. A little bit of side-by-side there back in the field. Don't usually see that under safety car. That might be looked at by the stewards, but we are back to racing, and the top 3 have broken away already.
Yeah, it's a good getaway, and probably worthwhile keeping half an eye on as well is the 23 entry of Nadal. Well, that's teammate, the Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand entry. The second of those to the championship contender of Norat. So, I mean, if he can get out there and certainly cause, I'm not going to say contact, but issues with Thanaroj, that will certainly help his teammate cutting his way back through, if at least he can keep him honest. In the meantime, they will run on the way down to turn number 3, and there goes the 25 entry, already starting to make some overtakes. That is Kajonsak, you can see. Ford Fiesta. He has got a very quick car in a straight line. That Ford is incredibly strong. Have a look at him checking the mirrors. Here's Nora out on the run down to turn number 3. You just see him just losing out of touch, but he'll be strong on the brakes when they get down here to turn number 3. Lifts off. Now he'll move over onto the brake. You can see how strong he is. Nearly ends up the back. John Sack slides it down the inside, and what an onboard that is.
Yeah, it was a great move there. Man, the Fiesta's really strong under the brakes there. You saw that that he had to back out of it for the CRZ in front of them. And, well, Kajon Sack thought, okay, that's my opportunity, and through I go. Fantastic stuff. We've still got 53 minutes of this left to go, Scott. I'm hyped for this, but look at the lead that Thanaroj has already. It really is a battle for best of the rest now.
Yeah, at the moment it certainly is, and they'll keep on picking. This is Nardal, Shannon, Passerit, and I believe that'll be Mitchell as well, who's in that new liveried Toyota Yaris, which is now, I believe, in the yellow and black colours of that one, a 33 machine back in the pit lane. The other thing I noticed about that onboard shot is, Reese, did you notice the sequential shifter? It's sort of a straight arm come up, and then they put a bend in it, so it was easier to reach. So
I love that.
That is some nice engineering on that 25 car.
Yeah, I love that. I love it when you don't have like a straight up shifter. You're able to just reach over and grab it at a more comfortable angle. All of that sort of stuff is done for the driver to be able to get better pace out of the car. If you're comfortable, then you're fast is the name of the game here. But it's definitely not looking comfortable in this battle for second place. Nardal holding off Shannon and Passerit here coming into the hairpin. Is there anyone who's brave on the brakes here? Oh, looks like maybe half a look from the Honda, but unsure exactly how that's turned out. Big lock up there for number 36 entry of Amir Harris Jeffrey. It looks like he's able to keep up the apex speed for now.
Yeah, carried that in. It was one just in behind. And speaking of that, number 36 car, we were just keeping an eye on. Drive-through penalty, safety car restart infringement, and that might be the overlapping that we were seeing.
Yeah.
Towards the back end, and that says to me that I'm expecting perhaps Mitchell to. I thought he was doing the same. In the meantime, Kajon Sack and Norat. Well, it looks like Norat's keeping an eye on Kajon Sack and just using him sort of as a pick to cut his way through the field for now. The big thing is looking at the straight line speeds. The 95 entry, the Honda CRZ, incredibly quick in a straight line, 195 kilometers an hour. Well, Nardal and the Toyota Altis only 188.5 kilometers an hour. So the difference is about 7 kilometers an hour in straight line speed between those cars. And look at how aggressive. I reckon somebody might have told Emma Harris that he's going to drive through penalty because he's starting to drive like it.
Yeah, indeed. The frustration might start mounting, and I don't know, maybe another part of it is you want to try and lose as little time as possible on the in-lap so that you at least have a chance. Another safety car may very well bring him back into it, but he's going to have to be careful not to do that same thing again. This battle for second has been fantastic, hasn't it? We're seeing the Honda trying to get up the inside of the Toyota, but it's covered very nicely indeed by Nardal, and the Honda of Passerit there, just looking on in the background. Oh, a little bit of a block almost going there, but it looks like they are side by side. Enough room has been given then for Shannon to get alongside, and I think he'll have the move here into the hairpin.
Yeah, keep an eye on Passerit, though. What is he going to do? He's going to try and slide it down the inside. Incredibly narrow on the run down to turn number 3.
Whoa.
3 wide the entry point. Oh, they're going to survive. Round the outside. Nardal trying to line it back up. Was looking for the switchback. He's going to get the switchback. We were 3 wide on entry. They fed back into 2 wide at the middle with 3 wide on exit. Round through goes Shannon. He's managed to pick up both spots. Here comes the Honda CRZ. What is the YK Motorsports machine? Passerit's on the inside. The run down to turn 4. Oh, boy. This is only the start of Saturday. It is going to be a long, long weekend if this keeps up.
Absolutely. I love seeing the straight line speed of that Honda CRZ. You know, he was long way behind coming into turn 1, wasn't he? And he was able to keep up the pace and make up all of that time, and he is granted 3rd place for the time being. Took them a while to gear up that maneuver, but they're finally into those final 2 podium positions, these 2 cars at the front of this pack. Will they be able to hold off the rest of the pack is the question. I mean, this is none of Thanaroj's business, though. He set the fastest lap last lap, a 156.2. All these guys here have been doing either 158s or 159s. That's the pace difference we're looking at.
Yep. It'd be interesting to see what they can do now that they've been released just a little bit as well, whether or not those times will improve. For the number 8 machine, I believe this is actually their first entry to the series, because I haven't actually seen them board that machine earlier on in the season, but certainly the drivers have been in and around, but not necessarily in the Super Compact. And there's the driver to the penalty 46 machine now out of the way as well, so he'll slide on back throughout the standings. And Kajonsak now up to 12th spot, 17 seconds off the lead. And Norad has managed to get through on him. And now this will be the fight once again for Nardole and Mitchell. No, he's managed to find his way back past Passerit, so starting to find some speed. Once again, a little bit of draft support certainly helping that one now. And I tell you what, Nardole that time, we're talking about how he's a little touch slower. While he goes and breaks the fastest speed down at the speed trap at the end of the straight between turn 1 and turn 3. He goes to 197 kilometers an hour, so draft affected for sure.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That back straight coming up to turn 2 is certainly where you want to be. Oh, dearie me, that looks like a little bit wide there for Chanon, and unfortunately he might have to fight a little bit harder here to try and keep the second place. This is a great comeback here from Nardole in the Toyota, and it looks like we have a fourth driver joining the battle here. Mitchell in the number 38. He's going to have a go at this as well, all the way out into the runoff, and there's contact there. Oh, but that's the great thing about front-wheel drive. You go into a slide, just mash the throttle and you straighten up.
Well held in the end, and I guess the bigger part about that one is that will effectively be seen as redressing that position. Hasn't gained, hasn't lost really, and now he's going to cover at the inside because of course you don't want Passerit going back down the inside, but he says otherwise. Big old send on the run down to the final corner. We'll go to the replay of that move as well. Have a look at how far outside the track he was forced from Mitchell, and turning back in, receives contact from the 95 machine. Passerit is getting the elbows out.
Certainly is, and the wing-in car is outside the track once again on the outside, coming into turn 1 this time. Deary me, I don't know if the stewards are going to be looking at that, because, yeah, I mean, there's obviously multiple parts to getting run off the track and potentially taking a wider entry, but it looks like Mitchell's going to be in a little bit more trouble here. It's Chotanin, I believe, in the number 59 going for the move at the hairpin, and he's going to half get it done, but if you're on the outside, you can straighten up the car a little bit earlier, and a front-wheel drive car, that's important.
Certainly is, pointing it nice and straight and getting the drive out. Few warnings for exceeding track limits are already coming out. At the moment, Reese, we've had a fair few warnings handed out. I'm just seeing the qualifying, so those messages are not popping up on my timing at the moment.
I can tell you.
Yep.
The 38, the 59, and the 46 have all gotten black and white flags for exceeding track limits. And I mean, we saw that on the cameras. I thought to myself, yeah, that's probably going to catch the attention of the stewards.
Yeah, I just didn't think it would pass them by at all. So, well, back up towards the pointy end of this group, and this will be Chanon and Nardole going back at it. I've been given a little bit of a brief reprieve as all were fighting around Mitchell. That 38 car doesn't hang on to its tyres the best either, so they've been quite aggressive on their tyres the last couple of times that we've been here to the Chang International Circuit, and now out of the final corner. Once again, Chanon really trying to stay with. Still up at the front. 156.4 for Thanaroj. He is really stretching the margins at this point in time. And I've just seen a warning pop up for the 38 machine. Well, they may argue that they were forced outside the track boundaries, but either way, Stewart's not happy with that one. Mitchell receives the black and white flag.
Indeed he does, and the battle for seconds still goes on here. Nadal versus Shannon, and now Shannon's on the outside. This is the big challenge here. We saw it half happen for a couple other cars further back in the field. The momentum is very important on the exit of this hairpin, and it seems like the Honda has it down pat when it comes to acceleration, but in this final sector, or the middle and final sectors, this is where he really gets all over the back of Nadal.
We'll try and close up now, Shannon, and apply that pressure. He's forced him to cover just towards the middle of the road. Look at how close together they are. There is nothing between these guys.
Side by
and in
side.
fact, there is less than nothing between these guys because down the inside, he snuck that one away. So phenomenal move from Shannon to pick that spot away.
Lovely stuff, but you have to think the Toyota has the advantage when it comes to straight line speed, and well, there's the official notification from race control for the driving conduct flag for car 38 and the racing further back in the field. That's Kajonsak there, still making his recovery up through the field and getting alongside the number 25, one of the cars that we saw beached there in the gravel trap, Norarat and Kajonsak side by side. Here's the onboard here from Norarat, and another view of that bent sequential shifter. You can see just how little the margin for error is here.
Yeah, and how side by side they were, and he's eventually just yielded to Kajonsak. I'd be sitting here and thinking these guys qualified at the front, and it might just be in their best interest. Sure, you're about the same pace, but let him cut the hole and just take advantage of it. Stop racing him so hard. You're just costing each other time.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, that's something that we see an awful lot in the sim world, don't we, Scott? As drivers who are battling a bit too hard with each other, trying to get their way back up through the field, and they ultimately fail at their goal. Well, at least they've gotten past a few cars here on the way through to the final 40 minutes of this race. They currently sit in 8th and 9th, these two, and they're making up good time regardless. Still setting 158s when the cars around them were setting times that were maybe a tiny bit slower. Now that they've got some clear air, I reckon they'll be able to get things done. 95 getting a black and white flag for exceeding track limits as well. So no one is immune here. I mean, I called it at the start of the broadcast. The nature of this circuit, wide, flat curbs, tarmac runoffs, it's really easy to overrun the track limits here.
Yeah, very, very easy. Very natural as well. The car just wants to flow out there because you just, particularly for the front-wheel drive cars, you're picking up the throttle. You're trying to use all of the available space. Battle at the front started to settle itself down a little bit more, at least. Nadal just following Shannon through at the moment. Certainly made a little bit of ground over Mitchell, but Mitchell's starting to come back. In fact, he's just set his personal best first sector. The most recent lap of 57.3. What's the lap time going to be when they get to the start-finish line this next time by? A bit of a mistake, actually, for Shannon. Ran a touch too hot into the final corner, so lap times have come through 58.084, 57.936, and 57.7. So Mitchell takes 0.2 of a second out of Nadal, a little bit more out of Shannon ahead of him, but Big Key, Nadal a touch quicker. So there's nothing in these lap times at the moment between these guys. I think we're set for an hour-long battle, and that's a bit of bodywork scraping on the ground as well.
Yeah, just a little bit. Coming out of the corner there, our leader, Thanaroj. I mean, this is basically just a practice session for him now, isn't it? Just setting times at the front of the field, nailing your apexes, etc. I mean, look, he's effectively alone on the circuit there. You don't see any other cars. That is insane, the lead that he's got. Yeah,
15 seconds, 15.7 seconds.
After only 20 minutes of racing with the safety car.
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah, and remember, pit stops are coming in less than 5 minutes' time as well, which is quite crucial. So that's something we're talking about. The thing for that car, though, for Thanaroj, is that he's going to have a very, very long pit stop. He won the most recent race, so he'll have the most success time added to his pit stop out of anyone. So worthwhile keeping in mind. So this 15 seconds is very, very important because I think it's actually 5-second first place in the podium that you actually get. So I think it is actually a 15-second pit stop. So at the moment, in terms of success pit stop time, he's effectively 0.7 of a second ahead.
Well, he's done the job, hasn't he? He's managed to work himself into a way where he may still come out in the lead if everything goes to plan. Well, the battles keep going on further down the field, and for now, it looks like Shannon has a little bit of an advantage over Nadal here in the battle for second place, coming across the line again. Last lap time from Thanaroj there, 156.4. These guys setting 158s and 157s. I mean, the margins are very, very close indeed, but you can still see that Mitchell and the number 38 still running slightly faster than these two, and if they get together again, which it looks like they might, that's going to be further advantage for the Toyota behind.
Yep, certainly will. We're keeping sort of half an eye on what lap traffic is going to look like, and no, it's about half a lap worth of clear track, so it doesn't look as if traffic is going to majorly affect this too much at the moment. Safety cars obviously helped us out quite significantly there in terms of managing the field spread. But even so, the margin sort of from our fastest to our slowest drivers at the moment is only about 5 seconds a lap, so that's going to take us in the realm of about 24 laps before we even get close to lapping. So, big lockup as well for Chenon.
Yeah, I thought that was deep, but again, he straightened it up nice and early, and he's actually translated it into a slight speed advantage through the following corners.
Was it just me, or did I see a little bit of... I thought I saw some smoke from a tire rubbing on the guard at one point.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. We're going to have to take a close look at these cars to see if there's any problems there in terms of bodywork. I mean, it's difficult to tell because the wheels are so small on these cars. But I do see... Oh, is that a panel gap, or is that duct tape there on the bumper of the Honda leading this battle?
It might be tape at the front end of it. I don't think that's a gap. Pretty sure that's tape because it's even on the other side as well. So.
Okay. I was half wondering if maybe the bumper was scraping just a little bit, but it seems that's not the case. So another mystery that we have yet to resolve. Meanwhile, our championship contenders still on their recovery up through the field here. Kajonsak and Norarat now trying to dispatch Yotsarun here in the Honda CRZ, the number 88, which also recently received a black and white flag for exceeding track limits. Let's see if there's going to be 2 for 1 here for Norarat. He's up the inside, too wide, lock up from Kajonsak, and Norarat tries to go through, but that Honda around the outside looking pretty good. The position, nonetheless, is taken.
Look at that zipper effect as they all feed back in together. I didn't quite think there was enough of a gap for that Honda to feed back in, but either way, he's found a way. What it has done is pinned Kajonsak in behind him. So now, this might be the first opportunity for Norarat to make some ground. You can just see Kajonsak not quite able to stay as close to the faster corners, and it's actually going to come under assault. The 69 for it. Cheetahphone gets down the inside, so Kajonsek's just lost... What's that? He was going for a spot and has lost 2 instead.
Yeah, that's interesting. I think if anything, yeah, he lost 3 because he was ahead of Norarat, wasn't he? Coming into the hairpin as well.
He was, but didn't quite necessarily get that move done. But in the meantime, Norarat has got the move done. He'll move his way up into 6th spot. And that's Passaret that was just ahead of him, who was challenging for the podium early on. The recovery effort's been quite good. And there's not a huge margin to the next couple of cars ahead of them. And the pit window open, and we are going to have a couple of cars feed into the lane immediately.
Oh, we certainly are. Looks like, actually, it's Nadal and Mitchell who lead the charge into the lane. Yotsarun, Chitapon, and Kajonsak also in 2. Chotanin and the number 59 down there as well. And Fuapon as well, making his way in. But actually, I think Fuapon's already been in there for a while. Driver swap there in the number 88. they'll come back out and we'll see exactly what they can do with a new driver at the wheel. Pit lane, a hive of activity. And we'll still wait.
You'd think after all this time, Reese, I would have figured out how to use the mute function on the microphone correctly.
I was wondering where you were for a second. Well, pit stop just about complete here. As stepping into the number 69 is Ayrton, I believe, taking over from Achitafon in the Honda CRZ. And
they are cooling that brake. That is on fire. So
yeah, goodness me. Splash some water on that, try and get the fire out. That's going to cost them quite a bit of time, isn't it? Trying to get this issue sorted. I mean, even on these sort of slower class, did he just give him the bottle of water that he was splashing on the brakes?
Yeah, I think he did. I think they're just trying to feed air into that and do what they can either way. Pit stop's now complete for a couple of cars, the 69 and the 23, the first of them to feed it back out onto the racetrack. There's Kajonsak as well. I don't think that's a bad call from Kajonsak, getting himself out of the traffic, giving him a little bit of open track to work with.
Yeah, exactly. Open track is ideal in a situation like this. We've had 2 5-second time penalties come in for the number 46 and the number 59 for exceeding track limits. So stewards are clamping down on this. They let them get away with it early on with just a warning in the heat of the battle. But now that we are almost halfway through this race, there's no excuses left for exceeding the track limits. As it looks like in comes the car that got a drive-through penalty earlier on for the safety car restart. Number 36 into the lane with Amir Harris Jeffrey, the sole driver in that machine. I believe he has a longer pit stop to contend with having no co-driver. Well, this is the battle then. Still keeping an eye on the fight here in the Toyota Gazoo Racing entry as we get official confirmation of those track limits.
Yeah, so now we just sort of got to wait for this pit cycle to shake itself out and a little bit more of an understanding. Had about 2/3 of the field now complete their pit stops, and we wait on the 14, the 8, the 95, 25. Well, speaking of the 14, there's their race leader, and he was just catching up to the traffic who had finished their first pit stop. So again, smart decision making there. Recognized he was going to get held up and got out of the way, get on with his race.
All right, here we go then. Thanapatra, I believe, going to be taking that machine, and away we go for this championship leading car. Championship scenarios that we should talk about here. If the number 14 wins today, Norat must finish in second place for the championship battle to continue, and it looks like he's on his way to that at the moment. I think that's the only way that Norat would be able to win the championship from here. If he finished third, then they would tie on points, and Thanaroj would win on countback. So that's the scenario that we're dealing with coming into today's race.
Yep, worthwhile keeping an eye on. 15 entry now in for his pit stop, which leaves us with 3 cars yet to pit, the 8, the 95, and the 25. So Norat has actually gone the other way with his pit stop, and given the fact that he doesn't actually have to do a driver swap, not a bad way to go about that one. So it's not really going to change his pace. It might just give an opportunity for the tyres to cool off just a fraction while sitting in the pit lane. Would be the only thing that sort of might happen there, but meantime, continues to circulate. We are coming up to about 4 minutes to go in terms of our pit window as well. So probably 2 more laps will be the opportunity to get that one done. And that's not a battle for position. That looks like that's the 25 machine, and that's No, it is actually a battle for position. So let's pass through it, and it's Norat actually making the overtake for position. So that moves him up to second place on track at the moment. But that's of the drivers who are yet to pit. And the thing is, Janon, who was sitting in second prior to the pit stops, is about 10 seconds up the road from this one. So that's a really, really good comeback drive for the 25. Backwards at turn 1. That's a phenomenal effort.
Yeah, certainly is. Great pace today, and definitely very wise decision making when it came to making moves in the battles. And the number 14, oh, hang on, is he a bit slow coming out of pits? He's come to a stop. I'm not sure if that's the success time being added to the car here.
Oh, there's somebody running down.
Oh, okay. Oh dear. Looks like there's been a slight issue here for the number 14. They're pushing him back. Oh, this is trouble.
This is bad.
This is a championship leading car.
Remember, we were talking at the top of the show, as they've won 3 races this season in this car, so they've been out the fastest car, but they've also failed to score points on one other occasion as well. So they did finish that race, but this has been handed over to Thanapatra aboard the 14 entry.
Is it just issues getting it going? Maybe a transmission issue or a clutch issue? I'm not sure, but it's not a good sign seeing a car going slow out of the pit box and coming to a stop, having to be rolled back. Tell you what, the crew at the number 25 of Norat, they are going to be breathing a sigh of relief as a result of this, because it means that the championship battle is still alive.
Certainly is. The 95 waits for their pit stop as well. That's Nat Ned, the teammate to Passerit, aboard that car. Yates coming into the pit lane because we are running out of time. Effectively this time. If you don't pit this time, you're going to run out of time. So we should expect the final 3 cars to make their stop in this lap. And that's why you can see Nat Ned out in the lane. And indeed, I believe all 3 of those cars, yeah, that's the last 2 that we were looking for. So everyone's now completing their pit stops, and the good news is all of the field have got their stops done within the window, so there'll be no penalties for that one. Now we just watch them. That's the 14 car. They're still not moving.
Is that? Yeah, I think that's Thanaroj getting back into the car. Is it?
I don't think so.
No? Were we looking at a different car there?
It's definitely the 14 entry, so that's Nat Ned getting into the 95.
Yeah, okay. Ah. Right. Well, the number 25 coming in for their stop here. Norat getting a little bit of cool air on him. And he'll be seeing what's going on there in pit lane ahead of him and thinking, maybe this is the chance I need to take the championship at the final weekend of the season. Really big developments that we're seeing here.
We're talking back about the driver standings back at before we went racing, and he's been the most consistent. He hasn't been the quickest, hasn't won a race across the season, has only finished second once. Other than that, he's got 3/3. So has been there and thereabout, which you'll take that. But the difficulty being, he needs 12 points here, crawl into the championship lead heading into the final race, and then it'll effectively be whoever wins on track in the final race of the season. That will be phenomenal. There's another message that's just popped up on the timing, which is white line pit lane entry is being investigated for drivers crossing the white line on the pit lane entry. And that'll be an interesting one to keep an eye on.
Yeah, certainly will, as the pit window is now closed. Everyone has taken their required pit stops, if they haven't come into the pits and not emerged already. And ultimately, the state of the race is that Nardol is leading the way in the Toyota Altis, and there is the number 25 of Norat in 6th place. The number 14 still hasn't come back out of the lane. You know what? I think they're out.
Well, it doesn't matter now. They're not going to score
No.
points. It's too late.
Yeah,
So
yeah, just too late.
Whatever's happened, yeah, there'll be no points on the table. Which means, as we watch and we wait for timing to adjust itself, and I think our race leader might be the 23 machine. I think Nardal has grabbed the lead of this one, and I think a Cheetahphon, who's handed over to Ayrton, the 69 entry for Mugen Thailand Stinger in their Honda CRZ. I think they sit second. And the other thing is, Mohammed Nakib has come back out in that 38 machine, and they're third on the road as well. So that's taken a bit of a shake-up.
Yeah, indeed. There's been quite a bit of shuffling around in this pit stop cycle. So our top three at the moment are the 23, the 69, and the 38 from my timing, as we keep an eye on this battle between Norat and now Anuwat, who's taken over the number 59 from Chotanin. As you said, Norat hasn't always been the fastest, but he has been the most consistent, and he'll have to be looking in his mirrors for this one.
Well, I think he's got to keep his eyes ahead. If he's looking in the mirrors, that's probably done. Now, in terms of points scenario, 46 car was short on their pit stops. They'll effectively have to come back in and stop for whatever they were short. It might just be as quick as stop for half a second. We have seen that in the past, by the way, stop for half a second and go. But they sit down in 10th spot. So in terms of relevance to the overall race results, not necessarily competing for an outright at the moment, but this is still being fought on. This is Nardal versus... No, that's an overtake for the race lead. So Ayrton got by Nardal on the run down to turn number 3, and now Nardal's going to have to cover him off as they head down to turn number 5. Late braking, out around the outside, trying to squeeze his way back through, and here comes Mohammed Nakib. He's going to buy into this one. He'll take to the grass, but he's already had track limits warnings. So
yeah, might get another one.
Look at that. Yeah, well, yeah, here we go.
This is great. Top three battle coming into the final 21 minutes of the race, and have a look at that. Mohammed Nakib trying again to get up the inside, but it's covered by Nardal. Tell you what, Nardal has been very aggressive on the defense here. He's been firing that car towards the inside of every corner whenever he's been in a battle.
Certainly is not afraid to cover the inside. It's keeping him with a little bit of track position at the moment. Sits second on track. And Norat, where did he pop out after the pit stop? 6th spot. So his goal will be get to 4th. And why is that important? Well, 4th spot, 12 points. That's the margin he needs to tie it up heading into the final race of the season.
Yeah, exactly. Oh boy, tomorrow's going to certainly be a massive event here, with a championship still yet to be decided. This particular lap yet to come to an end here, but I tell you what, that the number 88 is within margin as well to potentially make it a 4-way battle for the lead. Hideharu taking over from Yotsarun there in the Honda CRZ. So we'll wait and see exactly how that battle turns out, as it looks like we're going to be timing only for the time being.
Yep, so radio style for a couple moments as we try and get the feedback for you, ladies and gentlemen. Meantime, yeah, Yotsarun and Hideharu have done a phenomenal job to bring their DC garage with Kuroki Racing CRZ into 4th spot. And they are the target car. Their most recent lap, by the way, 158.6. They were about 0.6 of a second quicker than the front 3. So they are making time, and they sit about 2 seconds off of that group. So very, very important for them to keep going about their business. And the big key will be is when they catch that group, how hard do they all fight? Where's the 25 machine? Well, they've actually lost a spot now to that would be to Anuwat in the 59 machine. They actually really don't want to fight. So this is back with our leaders. So Ayrton behind the wheel of the 69 entry. Nakib sits in second. And Nardal has been relegated to 3rd.
We've seen how aggressive Mohammed Naqib has been on the way into corners here, and he's trying his best to nail the exit as well. But at the moment, it seems the Honda CRZ has got the measure of him coming out of the turns here. But remember, we've got that very long back straight coming up here for the number 38 to get in the slipstream and have a go. 19 minutes remain here in Thailand's Super Compact for the second last race of the season. Gently does it on the way into the hairpin. Let's see how much time Mohammed Naqib makes up on brakes. Look at that, he's so late. He draws right up to the back of the Honda by the time they get to the apex. That Toyota is supreme on slowing down.
Yeah, and just having a quick look, Mohammed Naqib hasn't actually won a race yet this season. And as for the 69 entry, I don't believe they've been in contention to win a race either. No, they've had 3 DNFs across their season. Highest finish, I think, of 6th spot. So this is a phenomenal opportunity for these guys, both of these guys, to get their first win on the season. How important would that be to finish the season out with a win in the final round to close things off?
Through the corner where Mohammed Naqib cut the course a little bit earlier on, and from what I can see, we had that potential investigation by the stewards of drivers crossing the white line on pit lane entry. I saw a message a little earlier that said no further action, so I think they won't be taking any further action on that one, but the action will continue here for the lead of this race. It really has been a dramatic second last race of the season, hasn't it? We had that contact between Chaya and the number 25 Anorat at turn 1, and then we had those problems in the pits for the number 14. It's turned out all topsy-turvy here.
Yeah. Benefit of success time in the pit lane, and got to keep an eye out for what is the lap time of the 25 machine looking at. They are Anawat and him have been taking a chunk of time out of the car ahead of them, so they are slowly trending towards the number 8 machine, but it is a slow trend. It's only about 7/10 of a second a lap, and they are quicker than the lead group, just. So we're going to see, probably with the final 15 minutes on the clock, it's probably going to be a 3-way fight for the win, and you can see that one 2-way at the moment, but if Nardole can just stay with them and take advantage of anything that happens, I would say that's good enough for a 3-way fight for win. And the 88 machine of Hitaharu behind the wheel at the moment, 59.3 on the last time by. So again, losing time, but not enough to say that he'll probably fall out of fourth spot. He's probably got that one covered off.
Yeah, looks like it. So now we just wait for the next potential maneuver to get going here. The track getting rubbered in further and further as time goes on. From what I've noticed, the Honda here leading seems to have the straight line speed advantage, but the Toyota's all over the back of them, coming through the twisties. So keep an eye out for Mohammed here in this sector. I mean, he's nailing every apex, even clipping a little bit of the grass there. I think as long as you keep 2 tires on the curbs, you're all good around a circuit like this. So he's taking every advantage he can, and meanwhile Nardole here trying his best to stay in touch with them, but it's proving to be a more and more tough job as time goes on.
And another message just popped through. Final warning for car number 8, which that's quite critical to everyone, because Yaro, who's behind the wheel at the moment, sits 5th on the road. 5-second penalty for them will drop them back behind Norat, so that will be enough points for Norat just about be back in contention, which is very, very important to be on board once again with the 30 Gazoo Racing Thailand entry.
Left foot braking, down a gear on the sequential shifter, try and pick up the slipstream out of the first turn as best you can. Of course, also driving a Toyota Yaris here, same as the second place car. I think maybe prepared a little bit differently, but still has the same attribute of really catching up when you get on the stop pedal.
Open strong. on the brakes. Meantime, Ayrton's starting to find a little bit of rhythm and has started to put some margin over Mohammed Nakib. So it's starting to look quite good in terms of pace. Moment. Tell you what, Nardole just didn't have any pace in the final sector on that most recent lap. That's where he dropped the edge of his stomach. You just see he's just starting to fall off the back end of these guys now.
I think what we're really seeing as well is consistency of driver lineup as well, working in the favor of the 69. That the 69's best lap was a 157.922. Well, the last lap from Ayrton there was a 157.933. So incredibly consistent times for them up the top, but you can see that probably wasn't the best of laps for them, because Mohammed Nakib has caught back up, and there could be another move yet to come. Watching on very intently in the pits there. Is out of turn one. Who has the best exit? Is it the CRZ or is it the Yaris for now? The Yaris seems to be punching a bit more of a hole in the air. You can see it's a physically taller car, but let's see if there's anything left to come into this hairpin.
The rundown on the brakes, Mohammed Nakib does close, so tighter at the apex, but again, it's out the other side, and this is where Ayrton will put the power down. I'm gonna go ahead and say that might be a cheetathon watching on, hoping Mugen Thailand Singer entry can just hang on to this. Teammate Ayrton is doing a phenomenal job out in the lead. They would love to celebrate a race win for the end of this afternoon's racing. Big opportunity at the moment, but it's not going to come easy. Mohammed Nakib is going to keep with them the whole way around. Now we keep an eye on this little battle, because here comes the 25 entry. He's going to send it down to the inside. Norat's trying to get down and underneath Anawat. And the reason that we go and have a look at these guys is, remember how we're talking about track limits for the number 8 car? That is indeed the number 8 car. And it will be 5 seconds added to their post-race time, and that is absolutely going to drop them in behind both of these cars.
Yeah, not ideal. Also a black and white flag for car 38 for exceeding track limits. That's the second place running car with Mohammed Nakib at the wheel. So, man, penalties are flying around and warnings flying around left, right, and center. But now, looks like a position may very well be granted to these two drivers on screen. The 5-second time penalty for the number 8 will drop them, well, it won't drop them, I think, below 8th place, but it's definitely going to give these two an extra position and an extra leg up coming into the final round. 11 minutes left, and considering how action-packed and how scintillating this race has been, this is far from over.
Certainly is. And the other thing about Yaro as well is he won't know necessarily. Well, he might know he's got that 5-second time penalty, but if he doesn't know, well, he's going to think he's got to fight. He has to fight both Anawat and Norat in behind him. So we'll keep an eye on that one, because it'll be really, really important. This is the 15 machine at Anawat, who's currently about 56 seconds off the lead, delivering at the tail end of the lap. It's track time. Mate, I wouldn't be complaining. I would be enjoying every single moment of this, because how about driving a Honda around Honda City, around this sort of a track, doing nearly 200 kilometers an hour down this straight race.
Yeah, it's a magnificent circuit here at Chang International. Really love it, and you know, I've driven it on the sim many moons ago, and I found myself enjoying it quite a bit. It's awesome to be able to call racing at this place and see just how fantastic the racing can be around here in four-wheeled machines. This battle for the lead is still ongoing, and there's a move for the lead there from Mohammed Nakib. He had a big look. He's forced the number 69 a bit wide. But it looks like the Honda might still be able to keep the lead here. They resume across the start-finish line, but the number 38 is turning up the dial with less than 10 minutes remaining.
Yeah, turning it up. Right at the right time for the newly recolored Wing Hand Motorsports. Was a red car last time out. I've always been towards the front of Mitchell and Muhammad Aqib. Always been pressuring. Not just race wins, but podiums as well. And today will be no different. They will not let Ayrton have this one. You're going to have to fight all the way home. Once again, back on board with the 25 machine. Noah Rat on the run down to turn number 3. The covering. Here comes the sand. Oh, they're going to make contact. He's on the grass. I'm sure Anawat's on the grass all the way over on the right-hand side of the track. They're going to open that one up. Both of them create a hole, and here comes the 25 machine. Noah Rat sees a hole. Noah Rat cleans up.
Yoink. Love it. That's fantastic. You see that happening in front of you, you see the opportunity and you dive on through, but he's coming back. This is a fantastic battle, and back to the position goes the second Honda. This is magnificent. The track widening up just a little bit there. It could have given Noah Rat the room. Oh, this is going to get a little bit messy coming into the twisties. Remember, that green, red, and white car behind them has a 5-second time penalty hanging over their heads. So, I mean, obviously not foremost in their minds. They want to continue the battle here and lose as little of that time as possible.
I don't think that Anawat right now is going to be a big Yarrow fan in that number 8 machine because, yeah, you're right. 5-second time penalty. I don't know if he does know it. I wonder whether or not it was communicated to Anawat as well. What the big key is, though, is that Noah Rat had to wait patiently for an opportunity. He's found it. Oh, and by the way, a warning to our race leader for exceeding track limits, which means I get the feeling that...
oh, my goodness!
Oh, my word!
Oh, whoa, okay. There was an attempt.
Do you reckon Noah Rat saw that coming and actually lifted off the brake pedal?
If I was in his position, I would have, yeah.
Because he ran exceptionally wide on the way out of that last turn. Yara obviously a lot further. He's got a tire down. He's got a tire down for sure.
Yeah, looks like potentially contact or a problem with the brake balance or something like that.
The car that had the brake on fire, was it?
Oh, good point. I don't know. I don't think so. I think it was one of the Hondas that had the brakes on fire. I could be wrong though.
Because I mean that would make a lot more sense, but I think you might be right. Just thinking back, I don't necessarily think so, but yeah. Update on that race leader. Yeah, now black and white flag for track limits. So it's effectively from here on out. It's both of our front 2 cars fighting to not pick themselves up a track limits violation out of the end of the race, and that might present an opportunity for Nardole behind. 6 minutes on the clock, and this one's going to go to the distance race. This is getting insane.
Yeah, and you know what? A further wrinkle to proceedings. I don't know if you saw, but the number 38 has the left side of the bonnet loose. It's flapping in the wind. So that could be a safety issue for them. One of the catches is not quite clipping there on the front bumper. I'm sure race control might be monitoring that one and seeing if a mechanical black flag is necessary. But man, it's all coming down to the last 5 minutes, and we still don't know exactly how this is going to pan out. This is why I love touring car racing, man. It always ends up being exciting to the end. But there you see, terminal velocity down the back straight. That, oh man, if I was at the wheel of the 38, I don't know if he can see the bonnet moving like that, but man, that does not look nice.
Sure, he'd be able to feel it. There'd be some sort of feeling on the front end of the car. Be able to feel that one. In the meantime, though, he has managed to get to the inside just as Muhammad Aqib, one of the most recent time by. They've got nothing separating these guys. They've slipped from their best times in the 1 minute 57s. They're both out right around the 1 minute 58.1, 1 minute 58.2 margins between our race leaders. There's nothing left in it. Oh, and by the way, Nomarat took about 1.4 seconds on that most recent lap out of Hitaharu. If he can get there, that is going to lead us into a final race tie on points for the championship in the Super Compact. So 14, the championship leader, issues at the pit stop, done for the day. So championship was implicated, and now they're coming up on just a touch worth of lap traffic, and we're hearing word it was the 27 car of Pirapet who had the issues with the brakes at the pit stop.
Yeah, okay, so obviously there were other issues at hand for the number 8, but some lap traffic for our leaders. That is the number 27 there that had the brakes on fire, but not going to be too much trouble for our leaders with 3 minutes 20 on the clock at the end of this lap. I'm reckoning this is going to be the second last lap that they are starting right now. So it all comes down to this, potentially.
So fun fact, it's 60 minutes, then
plus
you get the
one
last
lap, right?
Yeah, so we'll get 3.
Okay, 3 laps to go. My apologies. Just means a bit more distance here for the number 38 to have a go then.
Yeah. I'm chomping at the bit. I want all 3 of these laps because it's going to be exciting to go the distance. And Norat has managed to make up that margin and has now passed Hitaharu. So I think he's having tire issues and still down to the inside. They're going to go side by side as they get out of turn 3. But that Honda is quick in a straight line, and Muhammad Akeem has got his work cut out for him. Best opportunity to get the job done on the track down at turn 3. But the drive out the other side, that Honda CRZ is getting saved by its acceleration.
Yeah, certainly is. I love, I talked about this at the start, didn't I? The fact that we have these different kinds of cars represented with different advantages and disadvantages. The Yaris might not be the best on acceleration, but it is all over the back of the Honda when they get to the twistier parts of the circuit. And in the braking zones, man, you better watch out for Mohammed Nakib.
He's just going to break his momentum, doesn't he? That's the thing. It's nearly like a dirt tracking style move where he's just going to break him, force him to cover himself somewhere where he doesn't want to. And that means that Muhammad Nakib will just be a touch closer. Look, he's forced a tighter entry down here at turn number 9. Now they'll flick it back left through 10, up the hill, out the other side, and the right-hander at 11. The short shoot, the run down to the final corner. 12 turns on the track. Clockwise racing direction sees you primarily turning right and leaning on the left-hand side tires. And here comes Ayrton. We'll be hoping to stick a win in the Mugen Thailand Singer Motorsports book before the end of 2024. Christmas might just come early, but the 38 and Muhammad Nakib's Wing Hin Motorsports machine might just be the Grinch before Christmas.
Oh, really love this battle. See the early defense there from the 69. He knows that he's in trouble.
Yeah, and he's closer. He's being closer and closer and closer. And if everything starts to finish the way it is as well, if Muhammad Nakib, this is quite critical to championship implications, a little wiggle on the brakes, the rears are starting to go away from these cars as well. This could actually be really important for the championship. Muhammad Nakib wins this race, all of a sudden he might have the championship lead back, and that was coming a little bit out of left field. We'd forgotten about them in terms of the championship standings.
Yeah, exactly. We thought it was pretty much a 2-horse race at this stage, but man, things are really heating up here for the final race tomorrow. Thailand Super Compact absolutely turning it up this year. Every single time they come to those braking zones, Nakib is aiming his car for the apex right from the start of the braking zone. It's amazing to see.
And the second to last time for race number 7. They'll run it down through turn 7. Here is the turn in the right-hander at 8. A little bit of flow. And then it's on to 9 and 10. And you can just see he's forcing him to cover. He's thinking about him, and this opens it up. Muhammad Nakib can get out a little bit straighter. His line through 10's a lot better. He can carry a little bit more speed, but he is right there. And this one is going to go down to the wire. Here we go. One more lap left in the book. One more corner plus a lap. And Super Compact have turned it on for race number 7. There's been drama left, right, and center. And that has created an opportunity for us. Here we go. One more lap, and Mohammed Nakib is right there and filling every portion of the mirror of Ayrton. Can he finally put a win in the book for that 69 entry?
And we've been checking in with I believe it's a Cheetahphone in the pits there. Had the walkie-talkie out, maybe talking to Ayrton in the car, just egging him on here, saying keep it together. Let's fend off this number 38 and take our win here. At the moment, the end of the straight, lock up. Oh, that looked like a rear tire lock up. Should be okay in a front wheel drive. Might have even helped his rotation on the way into the corner. But now we get into the middle of the lap here, Scott. This is where the Yaris is stronger.
And the big thing this time by was that Ayrton did not get the exit he was looking for. Nakib is a touch closer, but that margin, the CRZ stretches its legs. The run down to turn number 4, the high-speed tip in at turn 4, and Nakib is a long, long way back. It's still doable. The Yaris is nimble in the second half of the lap, but for now, Ayrton's got the lead. What's Mohammed Nakib? And he will get aggressive, by the way. He will get the elbows out in the final corner if he has to.
Everyone watching on in the pits. This is really tense.
Yeah, turn number 8 now. The right-hander. They'll get down to turn 9. Is he going to be close enough when they get to 9 and 10? Mohammed Akib's the closest he's been, and he's really strong right here. Just about gets there. No hole. Holds him narrow. Little bit of contact at the apex. Up through 10 there, side by side. Just about contact at 10. The long way round. That's bravery. That's stones to go the long way round there. But now he's there. Ayrton can feel him. Here comes the psychological pressure. The drive. Race number 7's going to come to its conclusion. A switchback. Fills the mirror. Goes a little bit wide. Looks for the drive off. Does he get to the end? No, you don't.
What?
No, you don't. Side by side to the line. What's the margin? Timing. I wait. I watch. Did he lose it at the line? And did. We've lost timing on the 38 machine.
Oh, that's convenient. But it looks like the Honda might have been classed ahead, maybe? I'm not sure. Oh, wow. Okay. We're going to have to wait for that. That was almost a dead heat.
Oh, there's going to be... I reckon there's 100th of a second in between the two of them.
Yeah. Maybe even less.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
And that's the first race of the weekend.
What else have we got in store?
Oh, boy. Oh. Ladies and gentlemen, watching along at home, stick your hands together. Let them know that you appreciate it, because that is what the Super Compacts have been like right throughout the duration.
Yeah, brilliant racing. You know, it's almost always the slower cars that provide the best racing, isn't it?
Oh, that was brilliant.
Oh, update. We've received an update on timing. It looks like the 38's been classed ahead.
So this is a replay.
.027. That was the margin. Look at that.
Corner. Oh, there is nothing in that.
.027. 27 thousandths of a second. The number 38 wins, and they take back the championship lead.
Boy, hasn't that spiced up Championship Sunday.
Oh, certainly has. Looking forward to seeing how all of this pans out tomorrow.
Oh, you gotta feel for Ayrton and a Cheetahphone on that 69 entry.
Yeah.
They led the second half of that race for all but one corner.
Yeah, that's amazing. That is amazing. I mean, oh, if only you could see the winning margin here on the results screen. And in all of that, we've forgotten about Nadal getting third place. A really, really solid drive from the number 23. And that's going to round things off there. Norarat, in the end, getting back into fourth place with Yotsarun just behind him and rounding out the top 5 there. Man, the championship has tightened up something chronic coming into the final race of the season tomorrow.
Yeah, and just to give you notifications, so heading into this race, the championship standings was the 14th Thanaroj on 87 points. Well, he got nothing, so he'll stay on 87 points. Norarat comes home in fourth, so he'll get 12 points. That moves him to 87. So there's a dead heat between those two cars. Then it was 73 points for Muhammad Nakib and Mitchell. They gained 25 and they moved to 98 points. So they'll head into the final race of the season with an 11-point lead. Fourth won't be good enough. If they finish third tomorrow, they will win the championship. But they'll have the longest pit stop tomorrow as well.
So many attributes, so many permutations to think about coming into the final round tomorrow. I certainly, all you viewers out there, I hope that you have your schedule clear for tomorrow, because Thailand Super Compact is going to go off on Sunday.
Time for a little bit of a recap as we take our way through it. This was the start. Wasn't it exciting in the launch? Thanaroj got a great launch, but the guys that were second through fourth didn't. They were 4 wide when they tipped it into turn 1 and 4 wide at turn 1, lap 1. It was always going to be drama.
Yeah, there always was going to be. We unfortunately lost Shire and the number 25, and as well as Kajonsak finding their way off the track. The number 33 came into the pits and did not come back out. We ended up losing 4 cars from the race, either from incidents or from the pit cycle. That number 38, their run really started here on the safety car restart. We also saw that safety car procedure penalty for the second of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand cars. And then there was the big fight back here from Norarat and Kajonsak. I mean, what a fight up through the field from these two it was.
Gave us a whole bunch of really cool onboard shots that we got the opportunity to have a look at. Unfortunately for Kajonsak, it looks like issues for that car yet again. Whilst he was making his way back through the field, it fell a little bit further down. 3 wide on the run down to turn number 3. They were 3 wide out the other side. How good was the fight for Chinon early on in that car? And then dramas for the 36 entry. A lot of pinching of brakes there and a pit lane drive-through penalty, and this piece of contact for what ended up being the race winner. How about that? Saved it. How good was the drive from Mitchell to save that car?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And when Muhammad got in the car, man, he absolutely turned it up. What a pairing it is in that number 38, and they should be very happy with how things turned out for them. Meanwhile, the 88, the 28 in their pit stops here, it was an absolutely frenetic pit stop cycle, wasn't it? The number 27 with its brakes on fire, having to splash water on the brakes to put them out. And then this was the big moment for us here, the number 14 getting their driver change done, but when they came out of the box, they didn't go anywhere and had to be rolled back. That car did not finish the race, and they were leading the championship coming into this round.
Yeah, and, well, they've led all season long. They've been quick, they've been at the pointy end, they've been banking big hauls of points, and finally they no longer lead the championship. Pit window in and out the other side, and then it was 23 car who was right there, and at the point was 69 as well. Ayrton, who led the way post pit stop. This led to this insane battle between not only these two, but then it was Muhammad Nakib who really got close in the dying stages of this one, down to the last lap, the last corner, the last sprint to the line, but it was all about the setup. Be there and give yourself an opportunity. It was about breaking the momentum. How good though, the 25's drive, Norarat all the way back through the field to 4th.
Yeah, just incredible from Norarat. The run through the field from him. I love seeing races like this because it really provides a showcase of the talent that's on display here. The fact that you're able to fight your way back up, take advantage of your car's advantages, and find your way back through.
She's there for the number 8 car, ended up getting himself 5-second post-race penalty, dropped him down through the standings as well. And then this was coming up to the last couple of laps. It was closing, it was closing, it was closing. I'm going to keep, couldn't find a way past. It was just about being there at the right time and applying as much pressure as he physically could. Then finally, a hole open. It was a little bit of a lock-up on the final lap of the race. That presented an opportunity. He got closer than he'd ever been. No, not quite there. And it took some bravery on the final lap the switchback. He forced the 69 machine to roll off the brakes. That forced him to run wide. He was just able to get underneath, get the drive out the other side, and 27 thousandths of a second at the line.
Yeah, man, it was a great battle, and either of those cars deserved to win from there. A fantastic battle to end things off. And, well, there's your top three in the pits. And I looking at those highlights, I still couldn't believe. Like, I was looking for the 38 on the replay of the race start, and I realized, wow, they went from really far back, didn't they?
Yeah, cut their way right through the field and made some progress. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Goody will be down and conducting interviews with our podium from race number 7 in Thailand Super Compact. We are going to cut ourselves away to a little bit of a break. What's coming up next, you might ask? It's going to be your Supercar GTM and GT4 qualifying. 2 15-minute hitouts will decide the grid for the weekend's racing action. More on that in a few moments.
Well, welcome one, welcome all to qualifying for the B-Quik Thailand Super Series Supercar GTM and GT4. Qualify 1 currently on track at the moment, and we're a bit part way through the session at the moment. We'll be finding our way to the end of the 15-minute session to see exactly where drivers are going to start for races yet to come here this weekend. The Speed Cafe English language stream. Scott Rankin and myself, Reese Gardner, in the commentary booth with you today. Scott, we just came off a fantastic race there in Super Compacts, and now we bring up the power, we bring up the speed, and we switch the drive wheels from the front to the rear. Always good stuff.
Yeah, the race-styled cars now, as we bring in the GTM cars and the GT4s, will be out there and circulating. Early quick time as well that came out was from Simon Chen in the Fire Monkey Motorsports. I love seeing that Porsche out on track. But the other thing to keep an eye on is number 8 machine of Craig Corliss and Jalen Robotham, which they've had a lot of issues with the Corliss Racing Engineering entry over the last couple of years, but that is it, and that is back out on track and starting to set some rather fiery lap times as well as they cut their way through just in front of the number 36 GT4, which will be problematic because I believe that'll be Peter Hackett behind the wheel of the AMG just there. And the thing is, that GT4's braking capability is a little bit better than the GTM cars.
Yeah, just a little bit. Of course, anti-lock brakes and traction control available on GT4 machinery, and down the bottom of the screen there, if you can't tell the cars apart, the orangey red numbers are the GTMs and the green numbers are the GT4s. I think a pretty striking visual difference between the cars as well. The GTMs have a lot more aerodynamic freedom, it seems. The Porsche Cayman here, one of the most oft-used GT4 machines, and working their way to the end of the lap here is the number 95, but having some trouble keeping it up there at the apex.
How good is the 77 PSC Motorsport prepared Lamborghini? And effectively with the GTM class here, the fact what they've tried to do is they've tried to take cup-styled cars. What we mean by cup-styled cars is a whole bunch of different categories across the world. So think about Lamborghini Super Trofeo, Porsche Cup car, Carrera Cup style cars, and Mark style cars actually out of Australia, which is what you see that Ford is effectively based off of that. And then they apply restrictors, they tinker with the Porsche Cup cars. When they come out, they do actually have onboard traction control ABS that are an option to those cars. They leave those modes disabled though, because they do want the GTM cars to all operate without the ABS and traction control options. And effectively, they just use a whole bunch of different methods to try and get all these different cars somewhat close in terms of their performance so that they can have an on-track battle. But it's something that's unique, and effectively what it is a bunch of guys in Thailand that have access to Porsche Cup cars. Some guys with Super Trofeo, some guys with a Ferrari Challenge car, and of course the Mark car, and it allows them all to go racing out on track. If you had Porsche Cup, you'd have a couple of Porsche Cup cars, and that'd be about it. If you had Lamborghini Super Trofeo, that'd be one. So they wouldn't be able to go racing, and this format enables the cars to actually have racing, which is better than all of these cars sitting along at home.
Yeah, indeed. And there's excellent racing in this category, to be sure. You know, the Porsche Cup cars always provide great racing when they're racing against each other. Throw a Mark car and a Lamborghini Super Trofeo car into the mix, and it really becomes interesting. The number 25 here, currently on provisional pole in Qualify 1, and the Ferrari making its way around, I believe, on an out lap potentially, or maybe an in lap. I think they just set their current fastest time of a 1:38.686. So things going very well for Kittipol there in the brilliant yellow Ferrari.
Yeah, so he'll move to the top of the timing sheet. Mick in the first of the Porsche Cup cars, the 17 entry Ray AS Motorsports has moved into second place with 39.277 at the moment. Now, Davude's been putting some times together in one of the Lexi. You'll see back end here, and I think that was the Coolest Racing Engineering number 8 who's in the pit lane. Indeed it is. So remember, there is a total of 2 qualifying sessions available here, and this is qualifying 1. So this will be the drivers that'll start race, first race of the weekend. So this afternoon's race will be in these cars. At the moment, you can see Nadavude is also peeling off to the pit lane. So there's a few drivers who are done with their qualifying session. Simon Chen is treating this one a little bit like a practice session in the Fly Monkey machine.
Seeing potentially turn 1 yellow flag there on the back of the signboard. I'm not too sure what that was about. We'll have to wait and see. Oh,
there you go.
Hello. The number 38 Lexus having a problem there at pit exit. Oh, but on the racetrack. Okay. So, managed to get it rolling. Has there been some kind of technical issue with that car, I wonder?
It looks like, have you tried turning it off and on again? And it looks like they have indeed turned it back on again.
Not gaining much speed, though. I think they're going to be limping that one back to the pits from here.
Yeah, and it looks like it might even be in a limp mode. It's got no pace at the moment. So, well, that's that. There's not going to be enough time, you would say, to get with where that car is situated to get the rest of this qualifying session in. So I would expect probably the rest of the field to just file it and focus on getting prepared for qualifying 2. He stopped again.
Okay. Right. And you know, the worst thing is for everyone else out there, if there's a slow car touring around the circuit, you're not going to be able to drive at full pace through the sector that they're in. You have to obey yellow flags, of course. So I think this just means that everyone else is going to be unable to improve on their times here in the last few minutes of the session.
Yeah, so it might just be a little bit of a practice session. The other thing to consider as well is what are they taking out of the tyre during this session? Because if this is a tyre they're going to be using for a race at some point, and the session has now been red flagged, so they'll probably not, given that we're already behind time, they'll not recommence this session, I would say. With 2 minutes on the clock, it's not really going to allow for time to be restarted. You'd effectively you'd get out there and you'd get one lap in if you're lucky. So I would say they're probably just going to call it.
Yeah, well, I mean, the slowest times in the field are in the sort of 1 minute 47 to 1 minute 50 range from the GT4s, so it would be hard for them to get around and start another lap if the rest of the time was run with a restarted session. So yeah, potentially they'll call it there. It's looking likely.
But they got that car restarted, and then it just didn't fire off. But it's not lurching. So was it the first year that we were commentating, and confirmation actually just came through on our timing script? Session will not resume. So qualifying 1 is done, and results will be locked in. I remember that the Marcus Winkelhock 55 Audi back at Bungsen, what was that, last year, had issues with the clutch in the pit stop, and they were having issues with it. It sort of lurched about when you're having clutch dramas. It's not like that. They didn't really lurch. They got rolling and rolled a little bit, and then it come back to a stop again. So it's nearly like they're failing to hold the ability to maintain spark in that car, which, I mean, could be electrical, could be fuel, could be... I mean, if it was overheating, it probably wouldn't restart, really, so...
Yeah.
It's nearly like it's a failing to hold ignition type issue.
Well, hopefully we get confirmation from the team somewhere of exactly what happened to that car, because it's never nice to see, you know. I like seeing the Lexuses out there. And I definitely enjoyed seeing them at Sepang earlier on in the year. But for now, that's going to be qualifying 1 done for Thailand Super Series GTM and GT4. Qualifying 2 is still yet to come. There is a little break in between the sessions, but we will get some more qualifying action on our books here before the GTC race coming up in I'd say around about an hour or so's time. We'll have to see on that one.
So that should be enough time to see if they can have a look and fix the issue if it's electrical. It's a simple little fix. Well, they might have enough time to get that car turned around, but yeah, it depends where the problem is and whether or not they've got an error code that they can deal with as well.
So next up on the schedule, after the break between sessions, we had Qualify 2 for GTM and GT4, then TSS Supercar GT3, gonna have qualifying 1 and 2 for them, followed by the TSS Supercar GTC race of 12 laps before our lunch break, and then the afternoon to come. It's a very big day of racing ahead of us. In fact, a very big 2 days, Scott, because it's not just today that we're talking about. Tomorrow is going to be huge as well. We're going to have that championship deciding race for Super Compact. We're going to have the Super Pickups racing, all of our classes racing here today for the final round of the Thailand Super Series for 2024.
Yeah, and then from there it'll be on to 2025 and. What do the changes look like? What do the new programs look like? Who's going to shuffle themselves in? Who's going to shuffle themselves out? Next year, we said Lamborghini in operation for Douglas Koo this weekend, so change of cars for him. We saw the introduction of the Acuras as well for Team Singer Motorsport Thailand entries. They went from the Ferrari 488 GT3. That was just before the 296 went into production, was being released internationally, so they had a difficult decision to make about whether they were going to get into the new Ferraris, and they ended up picking up a couple of Acuras instead. Of course, being a lot closer region-wise than to Italy, out of Japan for the Acuras. It's been a successful program for them as well in Supercar GT3 because they won the first race of the season. So. Be hopeful at the back end of the day, see if they can take out another race from Chang International Circuit. GTM and GT4 points, probably worthwhile having a bit of a look and talk about GTM, Kittapole and Superkit in the 25 entry, who put it on pole. They do lead the way. In terms of points at the moment, half points were awarded all the way back at round number 3 because we had a red flag affected race that was right in the middle of pit stops from the Bunks End Grand Prix. But other than that, they've managed to pick themselves up 3 race wins, 2 of those coming at Sepang. So they were able to show some nice speed there. They also picked up a race win on the circuit around the streets of Bang Sen. But it's been the start and the end of the year. They finished with 2 second places. Back at Chang, all the way back at the start of the year. How about Natavude, though? He led the way. 2 race wins from 2 race starts at Chang International, and 24 Machine from race 1, from qualifying 1, will be starting race 1 of the weekend, race 9 of their season from 3rd spot. And he currently sits about 13.5 points back from our series leaders at the moment. But given the fact that they've qualified on pole, well, there's some time to find for Natavude.
Yeah, certainly is, but points advantage for him is pretty much insurmountable at this point. All he needs to really do is tour around and finish, but you know that he's going to be giving them a good race. He has by far the most wins in GTM, getting it done there. We're getting ready for qualifying 2 now as we have live pictures back from the circuit, and new tyres getting ready to be put on the GT4 Supra. I think they might be. I mean, the brakes will still be very warm from qualifying 1.
Yeah, that's an interesting way of warming the tyres or cooling the tyre. I wonder whether or not they've already got the tyre change done and they're trying to get some of that radiant heat into the rim of the old tyre.
Every little bit of heat counts when you're looking to warm tires up, because yeah, these GT cars don't use tire warmers, so they start at ambient temperature coming out of the pits, especially in the GT4 class. So yeah, interesting strategy, but if that is indeed what they're doing, more power to them.
It's all about rubber, isn't it? When you look at racing internationally, every series has got its quirks. That's a new one for me. You even look at dirt and the way that they try and prep the outside of tires in dirt oval racing. Anywhere, everyone's got a different mixture, and they're all secret recipes that they apply to the outside of the tires just to try and do something. So it's rubber talks, and if you've got the best tire whisperer on your team, success usually isn't too far away.
Yep, the tyres are arguably the most important part of a car other than the driver. It's what's connecting you to the road, and it's what's giving you the grip and the speed through the corners, and maybe as little rolling resistance as you can get away with down the straights. An awful lot going into preparing these cars for these events. Well, we're almost ready here for the second qualifying session for GTM and GT4, where the second drivers of the cars will take part and set their times in the session. Waiting to see if the Ferrari will be able to get back to the top of GTM.
Yeah, so some work to do for the GT4 drivers, and pit lane will be opening here in a few moments. We've got the ready to start command over on timing at the moment, but not yet pit lane exit open, so that'll probably be in the next few moments. And confirmation that that car is on the back of the trailer.
Oh man, what a shame for the number 38, eh? Considering they're finding their way back to the pits at the moment, I don't expect they'll be taking part in qualifying 2 either. So it's going to be back of the field for them, potentially.
And until they get access to that car as well, really, really important phase right now is whatever the driver was able to extract out of that car. So that would have been Chris, who was behind the wheel, and Natapong was due to take the wheel of the 38 machine for qualifying 2. But Chris will be quite crucial to them getting into that car and getting the issue resolved as soon as possible. If it's electrical, or they lost power to that car, there'd be no radio power either. So communicating that back to the team will be get back there as soon as possible kind of deal.
Fast and frenetic work in a racing team garage. But once the green flag flies, it all comes down to the drivers, whether or not they can extract the best pace possible from these cars. Nice bit of shade there in the grandstands at Chang International Circuit. I'd really love to visit this place in the real world. It looks like a very nice venue. And as we saw in the Super Compact race earlier, provides fantastic racing.
Yeah, it certainly does. Wide track, a lot of opportunity to try and get the passing done as well. Fast flowing middle sector, got to have straight line speed, but you've also got to have a car that can carry that speed as well. And Buriram United Soccer Club is at the back end of the circuit. I believe it's owned by the same person who owns the racing circuit. I can tell you, the grandstand, which you'll see throughout the course of the weekend, those seats right there, leftovers from when they constructed the soccer stadium. So both the soccer and racing track have the same seats in them.
Nice. I like that.
It's a unique little thing, because where else in the world would you have a soccer stadium right up against a racetrack?
Yeah, indeed. It's a lovely combined sporting venue here. Whether you like watching running and kicking a ball or driving a car around a track, Buriram has it for you. Looks like all the cars are out of the garages now, ready for the run out of pit lane, and we should be getting the call soon, and we've gotten it right now. All right, move out onto the track, get your tyres warmed back up, get your brakes warmed up for the hot lap, and away we go.
Yep. Systems check. Make sure everything's operating as it should. And make sure you bring everything into operational temperatures. Qualifying 2 for GTM and GT4 underway as they feed out onto the track.
So it doesn't look like any of the GTM cars have come out behind the GT4s, so that makes the outlap a little bit easier. But if you're a GT4, do you want to be the one leading the train? I think around this circuit, you do have the twisties towards the end of the lap, but a couple of long straights to begin the lap here, where slipstream is going to be very important. You want to get those extra couple of hundredths and find your way forward from there. So being able to be in a pack is probably paramount if you're in a GT4 car. Probably less important for the GTMs.
Really interesting to note as well, this Nanavude. He is taking a very, very casual outlap. No excess heat, temperature of the tyres, nice and gentle, bring them in slowly. Make sure you don't push them past their optimal or too soon. And he was released at the tail end of the chain. He was released a fair way off the back of the chain, but he's also going to find a window to do that fast lap, so he will not be aggressive on the way out. Guys at the other end of the circuit, though, want to build some temperature, want to build some pressure. And you can just see the diving end of that 77 machine as they try and get some temperature into the front brakes, the front tyres, get some bite, and we will launch off on the first of our flying laps.
Still a little bit of tyre warming going on for the Porsche behind as the 77 finds his way through turn 1, keeps it nicely off the curb there. Straight exit is important for this section of the circuit. I think because of the time that they spent sitting at the end of pit lane, they might have to put a bit more effort into warming up their tyres. I don't think we're going to see the fastest lap times come out right away at the top of the session. Have to wait for maybe 2 or 3 lap runs to see the drivers set their fastest times around here.
So we will watch and we will wait. Is that an issue with the left rear brake light on that Lamborghini?
I'm not sure. Didn't quite catch it at the time. Maybe if we get another rear shot of the car, we'll be able to discern that.
Really like it's flickering, and you can see all the GTM cars all relatively close together. That's one of the 2W Zoomies GT4s. It's tagged on the back end of the GTM train, so they're actually pushing a little bit harder than the GTMs are at the moment. A little bit more grip available to them earlier on. And all these cars banked up together. It's interesting to note that they are looking to try and pick off a little bit of that slipstream, so peak speed all the way down at turn 3 more important than getting clean out of the nose and the aero surfaces of the car. So Dirty not as much of a factor by the look of Jalen Robotham. This would be cheeky if he just poked his nose out here and went down and overtook. Have a look at the 2W Zoomies car. They've had to back off.
Yeah. I don't think they've anticipated that the GTMs would have to take 2 warm-up laps.
Well,
here we go.
They have. Time's starting to come through, and they are not representative of our flying times at the moment. But we will get representative lap times at the tail end of this one. There's a 17 machine with Yes Motorsports Porsche 992 starting to press on their lap. Still, the rear end was still not quite up to temperature. He was looking for a little bit more grip in that car, and it just wandered on the way in. So not going to be in a perfect lap at the moment for Tassinapol.
We'll get some heat into the tyres through this section. See how he takes the... Oh, hello. Was that the Lamborghini going way off track there? A bit of a problem there on the first real hot lap for them. And yeah, you're right, the Porsche having a few issues, I think, getting the both the front and the rear ends to really respond there at the start of the lap. The tyres should be fully warmed up by now, and hopefully they'll find their way onto another lap again. The 77 Lamborghini, Afik at the wheel, looks like he's backed off here at the end of the lap. He's got to be careful of the Porsche rounding him up here.
Yeah, so he will need to press on if he wants to maintain track position at the moment. But that 17 car, Tesla Pole is really starting to press on. See it, the attitude of the car now. He is moving. For now, Feek will reset. Have another crack at a flying lap. Indeed, wasn't his best time. So they will take another crack.
So Jalen Robotham putting the Ferrari into second for the moment. Superkit in the 25 with the fastest GTM time so far. Nanin is leading our GT4s. And, we're still waiting on times there. There we go. Kandaki getting a 142.7 in the number 18. Keep an eye on the 58 here of Nanin. See if he can improve on that. Margin looking to be only a tenth or so.
And 58 machine. Which will have the Japanese drivers on board the 2W Zoomies. They've been quick since they've joined the series, but the other side of the coin is a few quirks in the ruling system. And they've fallen afoul of procedural issues a couple times already this season. So you would imagine that they'll be challenging here for the final round. And indeed, the quickest, or rather second quickest of the GT4s at the moment. It's only by less than a tenth of a second as well to Kennedy. So good lap from Kennedy puts him to pole position out of GT4 class. At the moment, just waiting on more times to come in. I think Robotham's just gone ahead and stuck another fastest lap up, 38.753. And, sorry, 37.725. So he's moved within 0.6 of a second now of Superkit.
Yeah, things looking to gear up here at the front of the GTMs. Meanwhile, in the GT4s, we have the Aston Martin on the back of the Supra. This is not going to be ideal for the car in question. We're going to actually see an on-track pass, I wonder. This is it's never ideal when you have someone right in front of you on a hot lap, and the Supra gets some oversteer and ends up flicking on the right indicator as well.
Yeah, so I don't know whether or not that was intended, because that indicator's come back off again, and now these two are racing each other. That's not something you want to be doing in qualifying. That's going to cost you both a bunch of time. As the 7 Aston Martin tries to find some time. In fact, he is going to pull out, and he is going to use the indicator correctly.
Yeah, indeed. That's the number 44 through of Pruterat. Of course, Anand Thorne and the 7 Aston Martin driving with Graham John Dowsett, who took part in qualifying 1. And these are very short, sharp qualifying sessions, so any issues that you suffer on one of your hot laps, that is a chance you have at improving your position gone, and you don't really have much time to mitigate those circumstances.
It's also worthwhile noting as well, Mohammed Akib is back out in the car. He's in one of the GT4 entries. It's a 43.104 is his best lap of this session. Well, he's just got out of a super compact. So yeah, doubling up on his activities for the weekend. Another driver as well that was the 39 entry, the 38 entry, Hayden Haikal, the Malaysian driver, making his first GT4 starts this year. He's been with us all the way through. But, you'll find him at the pointy end of the Super Eco class, and have a look at the rear end of the 19 Supra sliding around a little bit.
Yeah, looks like maybe a little understeery at points in the sweeping corners as well, and you see the number 26 as well. Irwin trying his best to get the car to cooperate with him on the way into these corners, but I don't know. I think the local conditions might not be the best for the tires, and I mean we saw that curious leaning of the tires on the Supra. I think they've just been trying to get those tires heated up as best they can, because it seems like the track's not generating much temperature at the moment.
Certainly a little bit cooler than it has been historically. But that brings about the opportunity to set new fastest laps if you can find the time. That Tasnapol, just keeping an eye on the GTM classes, managed to improve his time. He'll slot himself back in a second place right there ahead of Robotham. And a Feek's qualifying session will be done. So he'll bring that car back to the pit lane.
The 44 Mercedes of Pruterat still at the back end of the GT4 field. We've had the number 38 in GTM Pro, unfortunately not come out of the pits for this session. So we are one GTM down. All of our GT4s still out there though. And 4 minutes remaining in the session. More than enough time for a couple of extra hot laps. What kinds of improvements will we see from them? Cantity and Nanin. I'm looking at that top three for GT4, and it is mighty close. All it takes is a better corner exit, and that order will be shifted.
Yep, put the time together at the right time. But we've got the bulk of the GTM field now in the pit lane. It's only Robotham and Simon Chen who are still out there turning lap times at the moment. And couple drivers now into the pit lane, so the 58 entry of TW Zoomies, that was convenient timing, just thinking about talking about them. There they are in the pit lane, and second of those cars. In fact, there's three here this weekend. So there's the 95, the 59, and the 58. So 59 out there at the moment, the TW Zoomies cars, and that's Robotham coming out of 10 and 11. Run to turn 12. See if this lap is going to be an improvement from him.
Lost second place to Sanapol with the number 17 putting down a great time. And it looks like the time that he just set was a 37.9. So not an improvement there, but there's still plenty of opportunity. He'll have at least one more opportunity here. Ooh, something's flapping about on the bottom of that car, I think.
Looks like a little bit of under tray, so that'll be losing downforce from that car. And having a quick look, the time at the speed trap at the end of the straight as well is about 60 k's off. So I think this is a cool down lap from him.
Yeah, he's not pushing at all. He's coasting his way back to pit lane. I think the team might have noticed that as well and asked him to bring it in. Already compromising the pace of the car. So keep our eyes peeled on the number 10 here. 6th place and last so far of our GTMs that have set lap times, as more of the GT4s find their way into the pit lane. This is one of the only cars out here on an actual qualifying lap.
Yeah, so as we run down towards the tail end of the session, we'll have a 10-minute break between the two sessions. They might just shortcut that one a little bit just to try and grab some time back with the red flag that we had a little bit earlier on.
It looks like Simon Chan is backing off on this lap as well at the wheel of the 10. Maybe he's... well, I mean, as long as you cross the line before the timer hits 0, you'll be able to go for another lap. So maybe he's transitioned this into another warm-up lap. We'll know the full story when he comes down here to the final turn, see if he brings it into the pits. For the moment, number 25 looking very pacey indeed. And yeah, in goes the number 10. So Simon Chan's session will be over from there. Is there anyone else out on track at the moment? Last lap time just set for the number 95 GT4. Speaking of GT4, here is the number 19.
Yes, this has got Grant behind the wheel at the moment. They are 11th overall, but I believe that's going to be 6th place in class. So right in the middle of the GT4 entries. And I tell you what, top 3 GT4s are only covered by 0.2 of a second. So it's going to be an incredibly close battle between those 3 cars, with the Wing Hin Motorsports entry. Mohammed Nakib has got pole position for that class, so he is on for a very, very strong start to his weekend.
Oh, he certainly is. Just coming off the win in Super Compact and finding his way to P1 in qualifying 2 here. So, man, looking very good there for Mohammed Nakib. A great start to the weekend for him as the sun is back out, and that is the end of qualifying 2 for Supercar GTM and GT4.
There'll be a 10-minute quick little break here between the 2 sessions, but next up, if you've been sitting around and waiting for the Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Scotty Rankin off alongside of Reese Gardner. No, that is not our lovely faces on the screen. That are our local presenters all the way over from Thailand. We sit at home, we sit down, we get set, we watch, and we wait because your GT3 Supercar qualifying race is about to commence, and this is the big one. This is the one we all wait.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The speed increases, the power increases, and we have a variety of beautiful sports cars ready to hit the track here for qualifying one. Thanks very much, everybody, for joining us here on the English language stream of the Thailand Super Series final round. Thanks, of course, to Speed Cafe. We are live on the Speed Cafe YouTube channel as well. Hello to all of you, whatever platform, whatever channel you are coming from. Got a great show for you over the next couple of days, and we've already had an excellent show in the Super Compact race earlier, and we're going to have one more race coming up here before we go on our lunch break. The GTC race is going to happen shortly after these qualifying sessions for the GT3s.
Yeah, so that'll be 12 laps of duration for the GTCs, which is another phenomenal category. And I want to say big shout out to, as usual, our audience that are captivated, because we know you guys are international. We know that the English broadcast is enjoyed right the world over. We've got fans from Japan, from America, us obviously from Australia, watching along, but confirmation this time that for the first time we are going live to Malaysian TV as well. So the international coverage of Thailand Super Series continues to expand, and we continue to grow. So we can't do that without all of our, obviously our drivers and our officials and everyone down at the track, but also our fans watching along at home, because without you guys and the continued support we get, we'd be going out to a very few select people. It would basically be, hi mum, hi dad, how yous going? Watch us broadcast racing, but instead of that, it's a lot bigger than that. So we say a very, very big thank you to everyone watching along at home.
Yeah, we couldn't be doing this without you. So the first cars are out now in the TSS Supercar GT3 category. We have 5 cars out there at the moment, 2 in the pits, 7 cars out there looking to set the best time possible in this session. Piti Birambakti currently leading the charge in the Mercedes, I believe, the Singer Motorsport Team Thailand machine. And the number 91 BMW waiting for their opportunity here, and out they come. So a bit of a late start to qualifying there for SAC. So let's see if being slightly off sync turns out to be an advantage or a disadvantage.
That's a new driver behind the wheel of that Team AAI BMW GT3. Of course, with the new very controversial front end to the BMW. It was not popular when the grille of this car first launched, was it, Reese? It was a sight that there was quite a few people out there that went, I don't know whether or not I like that, but it's become the front end of BMW Motorsports the world over now.
Yeah, certainly has. I'm still used to the nostril look. It's become a bit more of a, I don't know, like a big sniff kind of aesthetic that BMW cars have now. And I'm one of the people that's on the fence. I'm not too sure if I like it or not, but it doesn't matter how the car looks as long as it's fast, right?
Oh, come on. It absolutely matters how the car looks. Oh, Reese, I'm disappointed in you. That's the
There we
slander.
go. This is our first disagreement. I mean, wasn't it? I can't remember who it was. I think it was someone to do with Porsche. An ugly car becomes beautiful when it starts winning races, and I don't know, the BMW has certainly been successful in GT3 races the world over. There will still be its looks detractors, but yeah, regardless of how I feel about how a car looks, if it's fast, you get the results, you get the points, you get the championships. That's what counts in the end.
Valentino Rossi would agree with you, and he's actually raced at this circuit, albeit on 2 less wheels than what we're seeing here today. So, well, you said it might have been the Mercedes for PB on Back to. That's actually the Honda NSX, the Acura NSX as it's known, the 2021 version, I believe, run by both of the outfits of Singer Motorsport Team Thailand. So they'll have Voravud Biran and Piti Biran both behind the wheels. The first valid lap time coming out, though, will be from Akash Nandi, who will be behind the wheel of an Audi R8, the car that is no longer in production, and how long we see that car maintain its racing status in GT3 and what's next. We watch and wait with bated breath now, because there will be something that replaces the R8, but the R8's been around for such a long period of time. Love it or hate it, is it time for the R8 to move on? Some people will say yes, some people will say no. I think they've got a platform that's been quite successful. They didn't really need to tinker too much with, particularly given how close the Lamborghini is to it.
Yeah, it's a solid platform, isn't it? And the Audi R8 and the Lamborghini, I believe the Huracan is the current GT3 that Lamborghini runs, effectively based on the same platform and running very similar engines as well, both running a V10 engine layout. I'm always happy to see the Acura NSXs out there as well. Of course, I think, Scott, both you and I come from the era where the Honda NSX was one of the top cars in racing video games, and so we fell in love with that thing, and it's good to see that it's still around in a slightly different form.
Yeah, it's not as low-slung, not as straight-edged as it used to be. Yeah, you're very, very right. Harken back to the era of the early 2000s, early to mid-2000s, the noughties, as they're called out here in Australia, as we love to shorten everything. And buying a Honda NSX was basically how quick can I get the funds in the in-game world to buy a Honda NSX very, very quickly. Was always the preferred method. But for the meantime, what is the lap time going to be from Piti Biran that's Voravud Biran, who is on his way to the final corner in the start-finish line at the moment. And that lap will be a 1:37.538. So a little bit of time left to find on the table. 1:37.354 for the other of the NSXs as well. So there's only 0.2 of a second between both of those cars for the Singer Motorsport Team Thailand. Incredibly close together. That's always what you want to see. Definitely don't want to see teammates disappearing off into the sunset. Sergio Perez. Whoa, that was a big old lock up there. Voravud as well. He's pushing quite hard in front of that NSX. And that might be a track limit violation there for the 62 machine.
Yeah, we've already had 3 cars have their times cancelled for lap 3. The number 12, the number 27, and the number 91. So, I think track limits are going to be a big factor this weekend. We saw warnings and a couple of penalties being thrown about in the Super Compact race earlier for exceeding track limits, and that was when they were racing hard against each other. These guys are just looking to set a lap time down for the grid later on.
Yeah, that'll sort of tell us what it's going to be like later on. How about the 35.8 on the board thus far for Akash Nandi as he'll come out of the final corner and look to improve. But again, we've got concerns about whether or not that lap time will stand. And and moves it to a 35.596. It does improve, but again, watch and wait whether or not that will be improved. Sandy Stuvik has had a reasonable return to racing action in Thailand this year after a journey off to Italy to see if he could further his career in open wheelers. Has not worked out, and he returns, and Douglas Koo tries to bring himself to terms with the Lamborghini.
Haven't seen a Lamborghini Gallardo on a track in a minute.
It is that rear end of the Lamborghini that gives it away, isn't it?
Yeah, this thing's been around for quite some time, the Lamborghini Gallardo. Love that full width rear wing. There's an awful lot of downforce on the rear of that car. We'll have to see if Douglas Koo will be able to get the pace out of that thing right now. 10 seconds off the top times in the session. This, of course, being an older GT3 car, you'd expect it to be a little bit slower. What he's really racing is sacking the BMW, it seems, just trying to break into the sub 1 minute 40 bracket.
Yeah, and he'll be still coming to terms with this car as well. Remember, not their preferred weapon of choice, but issues for the Mercedes this weekend. Means that he was forced to come up with an alternate car, and he is out there. Douglas Koo, one of the oldest competitors in the entire field across the weekend as well. Also participates in Asian LMP3 categories, and gets himself out there and gets on track. Some of the most iconic locations, including Sepang. I tell you, for Douglas, he's living out his wildest dreams, which neither of us can say we get the opportunity to do. He might be 7 seconds off pace, but he is out there. And to be perfectly honest, I like the fact that he's bringing back if it is the Gallardo, I believe, successor to the Lamborghini Diablo?
Yes, I think so. The Gallardo, I think, was one of the first cars, along with the Murcielago, that kicked off the sort of modern era of Lamborghini under the Volkswagen Group. Back in like 2005, I think the Gallardo came out.
Still very much quicker than where the Lamborghini company started with tractors, so you can say that they have absolutely advanced in their years as a automotive company. Makes me wonder what a wing stuck to the rear end of a tractor would look like. Some reason that mental image popped up.
Yeah, indeed. When you're tilling the fields, scatter the seeds a little bit further, potentially add a diffuser to the back of the tractor as well. Just seen news come in that the number 62, currently P1, Akash Nandi, has had his time cancelled for track limits there, so not quite an improvement there. There's plenty of them from pushing hard in this session, aren't they? It comes with the territory. I said it before, a track like this, it's built for motorcycle racing first and foremost, so it has wide flat curbs and acres of runoff area, which means when you tip a car in and you have an issue on the way through the corner, you'll be able to recover the car nicely. You don't have to worry too much about hitting the grass or the gravel unless you really make a mistake. But at the same time, got to keep it at least on those blue and white curbs.
Yeah, I think, what is it, a racer's favourite, or a racing team's favourite adage is, if you're not cheating, you're not trying. So, always going to be out there and pushing limits, and sometimes exceeding them. The other thing I'm just sort of keeping in the back of my mind is, did you see Stuvik was sort of a couple seconds off the pace initially, but he brought the tyre in nice and gently, and now he's having a couple push laps, whereas Akash Nandi went out and went bang, 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 straight away in terms of his lap time. So I'd say that tyre is probably now beyond its best, and he will struggle to maintain that tyre at that level for much longer. But Sandy Stuvik could be improving. In fact, I think he's actually on a cool-down lap at the moment because he's about 4 seconds off pace in the first sector. A bit more than that. It's actually about 6 seconds off pace in the first sector, and he was more than that off pace in the second sector. So that might be all that the number 37 win here by B-Quik Absolute Racing entry Audi is capable of in qualifying one. They'll hand that one over. 3 minutes left in the session as well.
Looks like Hank Kick's session is now over, jumping out of the car there. He won't be able to improve on that. 138.89. Douglas Koo has managed to improve his Gallardo time, and I will correct myself from before. I've been notified the first Lamborghini Gallardo was released in 2003. I believe I got it confused with the Murcielago, which first came out in 2005. In any case, that looks like it's going to be another track limits violation. That was well beyond the curb for the 37 Audi of Sandy Stuvik, but you're right. It was a bit of a slow burn there for Stuvik, and he was able to get the times in exactly when he needed to. And in the end, it's much like we saw in the GTM and GT4 qualifying session. The top three rather close. There's only a 10th covering them.
Yep, really, really close, and that's going to get even closer when we end over. And the better part is, even PDB and back to is only about 0.3 of a second further back as well. Worthwhile noting, though, that's where we're actually having a look at Marcus Winkelhock at the moment as he prepares to climb aboard the 27 Audi. We'll be partnering with B-Quik Absolute Racing team boss Hank Kicks. And that is a NSX that is crawling all over the road, so there's probably not the time there this time by for Pity Rear on Backby.
Yeah, definitely didn't look the most stable through the part of the course where car stability is paramount. This final sector. Yeah, he's definitely having some troubles there. Still,
pace isn't going to be there, so there'll be only one more lap, and if he's continued to put heat through those tires like that, I doubt whether the next lap is going to be quick enough as well.
Well, he's committing. And across the line, he'll come for what will ultimately be his final lap. And I guess we'll find out about halfway through whether or not he decides it's time to bring it in. Boravud also coming across the line. And keeping himself nicely in third place. All he needs is about 0.08 of a second. And he'll get onto the provisional front row alongside Sandy Stuvik.
Yep, so time to get prepared, climb aboard the car. Will be next big part of qualifying. And I must apologise, it mustn't have been... that was Winkelhock we were just looking at. So he's off to grab his helmet and get on to... his qualifying duties. Might have been, I don't believe that would be Yi Dang, but I'm just having a look up and down. I'm not 100% sure who that was, actually. We were looking at the Audi Sport outfit a little bit earlier on. Whoa,
oh dear.
There we go. Well, it's not going to be an improvement now for Pity, and it's going to, unfortunately, destroy Voravud's lap as well, so... refire
bringing
the
out the yellow flag.
And end of the session.
Right.
And your knowledge of Lamborghini history has been picked to pieces by our producer, which is good because it gives us more history to talk about in terms of Lamborghini, which I'm loving.
Yes, indeed. I was wrong about the Murcielago as well. First released on the road in 2001. I mean, I honestly don't know where my numbers come from sometimes. I just remember, sort of bits and pieces looking up cars on Wikipedia when I was in my teens. So, yeah, if I do get that information wrong, I do apologize. I suppose the main thing is if I get the information relating to the event at hand correct.
You're a car fan. You're allowed to get things wrong so long as we get them right towards the tail end. But provided it creates us some content, I'm happy. So
yeah, and I'm sure I'll get roasted for this quite a bit in the weeks to come. I am prepared.
You know us commentators. We never let anyone get away with something. I made one mistake in an IndyCar in the sim one time, and I'm continually reminded about that one mistake. So, hey, it's always for the entertainment value, is it not?
Yes, indeed it is. Our usual producer at SimSpeed, Jay Kennedy, has that clip saved, and he can play it at any time. It'll come in the night.
Oh, it will
Well,
haunt me. It will haunt me for the rest of my days, I guarantee you.
indeed,
They'll
indeed.
play it at my funeral, I bet you.
Well, while we've been nattering on, the session has concluded, and the times that we saw have stood, and Akash Nandi getting in the fastest time in qualifying one, with Sandy Stuvik setting the second fastest lap time there, the 62 and the 27, bookending the top 6 for the time being. So we'll see exactly where the second drivers put them in qualifying 2 yet to come. Marcus Winkelhock in the 27, and Eshan in the number 62, yet to take to the track.
So we'll be back for qualifying 2 with live action from the track in about 8 minutes. But interesting to see just how much trouble they were having with keeping the rear end of those Honda NSXs planted. That's Hank Kicks, who's just climbed out of the 27 car.
Yeah, indeed.
Might just roll through Reese and take a little bit of a breather, re-top off on fluids. I know I'm getting through coffee at the moment, so we'll take a small break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back for qualifying number 2. Pole position from qualifying number 1 will be Akash Nandi from Sandy Stuvik from Ferrovu Biron Bhakti, but who will take it out in the Pro Driver session in a few moments? Well, qualifying two for the final round for 2024 of your Thailand Super Series GT Supercars is going to be GT3 racing action back out and onto the circuit in just a few moments' time. I believe we have cars down at the end of pit lane already heading towards the racetrack. In fact, they actually are on the racetrack as it stands, so we'll be back underway with your pictures in a few moments. You're actually due to have a couple GT3s shoot through the front end of that shot anytime now.
Indeed, there we are. Back out on track for qualifying 2 for GT3. And I think at the very least, those Acura NSXs will be hoping for a little bit more rear-end stability in the middle sector of the racetrack, because we saw they were having a bit of trouble keeping the cars under them in the first part.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one as well, and I should probably actually refresh my weather to see what the changes are like at the moment. It's actually chilled off a little bit from where it was a touch earlier, so we're up to 26 degrees Celsius. The humidity is sort of hovering around at 60% marker as it is currently 10 a.m. in Thailand. And cars coming out to start their first flying laps, although you can see they're still chasing a little bit of temperature and pressure as they cross the start-finish line to start the first of their flying laps.
The B-Quik Racing Audis leading the charge here. Markus Winkelhock behind the wheel of the number 27 machine, and I'm expecting him to be contending right up the top here. Certainly a very experienced GT3 driver and former Formula 1 driver as well, notoriously leading the 2007 European Grand Prix in incredibly wet conditions, and a spiker of all cars. So awesome to have Winkelhock along for the ride here in Thai Super Series. We'll have those first times coming in very shortly. Seems like all the cars are struggling for grip at the exits of some of these corners.
Well, temperature's not quite up there at the moment. And there's actually a really, really cool photograph actually of Markus Winkelhock. You wouldn't have actually seen it, Reese, because that was part of your time here with us on Thailand Super Series, but there's a photo of Markus Winkelhock in full racing suit down on the beach at the Bang Seng Grand Prix. Phenomenal photo, and he loves this series. He's been coming for a couple of years to entertain us with all his driving credentials, including being, I think, the only Formula 1 driver to have led a lap in every race he's competed in, so...
Yes, indeed. That's a stat that not many can match.
Yeah. Might be a one-race wonder, but he has competed in statistically more Formula 1 events than either of us ever have, so...
This is true. Well, first times coming down, and we'll see if we can get to that 1 minute 35 second bracket that we saw in the qualified one earlier on. Best time at the moment, Eshan up the top in the number 62. So Akash Nandi, his teammate, getting the 62 to the top in qualifying one as well. So the 62 seems to be the car to beat today.
Yeah, they've been really, really quick in both the sessions, at least early on, and PRS's time is very, very similar to that of Akash Nandi as well, so there's very little between both of those drivers. They've been quite consistent just about all season long, and the benefit of having a driver pairing that's quite close together as well. In terms of points though, 62 machine sits down in this spot in terms of the overall standings. They missed both of the races from the Bang Seng Grand Prix weekend. We've been there and thereabouts. Other than that, 2 podiums across the year. Points leader is actually Piti Birimbakti and Kantasak Kasiri, who's in the number 12 Acura NSX at the moment. And they've managed to win 3 races, including 2 races from one each from each of the events at Sepang. And they sit atop the pile, and they are 25 points clear at the front end of the GT3 field. And the critical factor for that car is basically if they outscore the number 91 of Jesse Cronin, race number 1 of today's action, which will be race 9 of the season, that will be championship locked up. There'll be nothing that the competition can do to track down Podium and Kantasak Kasiri. So, whilst it might be qualifying too, all the focus I think for that number 12 car will be on race 1 of the weekend, or race 9 on the calendar.
Yep, things coming down to the final round in many of our sub-series that we've got here as part of the Thailand Super Series roster. Really looking forward to seeing how the racing turns out on Sunday. I'll be joining you guys again for the final 2 hours of that broadcast, and I'll be with you here alongside Mr. Scott Rankin for the remainder of the day here. 8.5 minutes remaining in the session, and at the moment it looks like a bit of a trading places between the B-Quik Audis. For a moment it was Marcus Winkelhock up the top, and it looks like he's just taken it back again. 135.8 with a 135.9 from the number 62. So yeah, the B-Quik Audis coming very well prepared to this circuit for the time being. Check in with the number 37. And Yi Deng is not having the best of times there with the rear end coming into turn 1. And the first turn here is always difficult. It's one of those corners that when I'm driving on the sim, I always find those kinds of corners the most annoying to get right. It's when it's a kink, a very hard kink that you got to brake hard for, but it's less than a sort of right angle corner. So it's difficult to pick the pace, it's difficult to pick the turn-in point, and if your brake bias is just a little too far back, well, that's what happens.
Yeah, rear end stability on the way into the corner, and then you can't pick up the throttle as well because you've got to wait for the rear end to stabilize. You've got to brake deeper into the corner because you can't stabilize, and then run down here into turn 5 as well. Lovely and difficult little combination. 6, you sort of want to pick up the throttle, carry momentum into 6, so it's just a little bit of a lift off back to 6. 7, it is again a fractional lift off, rotate the car nice and neatly. And you can see from the 89 machine, Carlo Van Dam wants that Audi out of the way. Yi Deng not on a flying lap at the moment, but certainly in the way for Verhoeven. Gets out of the way. Great job done by all involved there.
Yeah, always good to see the respect being shown out there on track. As man, whenever the NSXs squat on the way into the braking zones, I noticed that there's just a tiny bit of instability for them. So I don't know if it's setup issues, I don't know if the conditions aren't quite right for the car, but yeah, those NSXs are struggling to find that last little bit of lap time they need.
Would you say it's probably a touch too far back on the brake bias as well?
Yeah, I'd say so, because if the brake bias was too far forward, then he'd be suffering from understeer into the corners. And yeah, I don't know if it's the bumps or whatever, but you can see that he's having to have a couple of goes at the steering to really get the car settled.
And that then says mechanical, doesn't it? Because of its braking issues, well, the car will be quite compliant on the turn-in, but if it's a couple of whacks at the steering wheel, that is certainly an instability of sorts. So something they'll be struggling with. And remember, we said a little bit cooler. That car was very quick hit back here at the start of the year in conditions that are a bit warmer than this at the moment. So this is definitely the coolest that we've raced at all year long. Those few degrees, they come in and they go, you know, we're right on in terms of our setup. We had a very, very quick car back at the start of the year. Well, all of a sudden, a few degrees swing. Air and humidity. And it's gone away from them again. Now, keep our eyes on Yi Deng. We'll continue to try and push this car further forward. How about Kantasak Kasiri as well? He's been quick in the NSX. Goes to the top of the board. 35.2 is his best lap time now. And Marcus Winkelhock's had quite a few lap times deleted.
Yeah, he has. I've noted that myself. Potentially having some issues just getting the car to track right through the corners. The NSXs have suddenly come out with something special here. The number 12, now your provisional P1 car, and Yi Deng moving up to second spot, 135.5. But that margin for Kantasak there is looking insurmountable at this point. I mean, I know it's only 0.3 of a second, but when you're talking about GT3, a category where balance of performance is very tightly controlled, and you have a very competitive class, that sort of gap can be difficult to make up.
Yeah, really, really difficult. And, how cool is it to see as well, 13 thousandths of a second between Pieris and Carlo Van Dam as well. So there's nothing separating them, and that's Audi versus NSX right there. So whilst it might be an NSX sitting atop the pile, it's right throughout the field. Look, there's nothing separating all of these guys, So race 10, final race of the season on Championship Sunday. That is going to be something to watch if this is what our lap times look like.
Indeed, and just saw an improvement there from Jesse Krohn in the 91 BMW as well. So splitting Yi Deng and Kantasak. Excellent job from Jesse in the number 91 there. The BMW continuing to show its pace, competing with the mid-engine cars. It's another thing I really love about GT3 is the variety in car formats you see. BMW, obviously front-engine, rear-wheel drive, the Audi and the NSX, mid-engine. It's fantastic.
And the big thing I was actually going to speak to about lap time as well is if you have a look at where Jesse's finding the time, it's through the speed trap. So they are quickest, and it's basically the same for the NSX at the pointy end of the session as well. So both of those cars have both set at 250 kilometers an hour, 0.3. So matching each other in terms of pace through the speed trap. So if you're going to generate a quick lap time around this circuit, it seems that it is all about trimming that car off, or at least getting the drive off of turn 1 is a big factor in terms of lap time.
Yeah, indeed. The it's an interesting circuit here. I mean, you have cars that will make up more of their time in the post turn 3 section, being all about flow and setting up your exits for the next sequence of corners. And then through this section we're seeing the Audi go through now, it's all about getting on the power right. You've got to have a stable rear end. You got to make sure that you stay at least 2 wheels on those blue and white curbs to get the maximum speed down the straight here. Stability into the hairpin is crucial as well. You want a car that's pointy around here, a car that's set up well on the front end, but you can't have the rear end too loose.
No, and just keeping an eye on, we're just looking at Marcus Winkelhock 27 car. By the way, his speed at the speed trap is 246.8, so that's down on their fastest by a little bit. That says to me they're not really going to be able to challenge to improve on their lap for Winkelhock. And it looks as if where he was pressing on and trying to find some life out of the tyres, it just stepped outside of those track boundaries, and that's cost them in terms of qualifying. They're sitting 6th on the timing table at the moment. You sort of look at Marcus, you go, perhaps should be a little bit further up. But man, that's the biggest thing I can say at the moment is that in the time that we've been covering this series, that right there is the closest qualifying performance across those top 6 cars we've ever had.
Yeah, goes to show the the development and the change in the competition over the course of the last couple of seasons. We've still got 10 seconds remaining in the session, so final lap times still yet to be decided, but I don't know, things are looking interesting for sure. It looks like the 27, the 65, and the 89 have all had their lap 8 time cancelled, and the number 27 had their lap time cancelled as well, all for exceeding track limits. So they were pushing hard here at the end of the session, but the checkered flag is out, And we're just waiting for the B-Quik Audi here to get its final hot lap in, with Winkelhock at the wheel of that machine. He's already had quite a few lap times deleted for track limits. Will he be able to get himself out of that top 6? And more towards the pointy end? All he has to do is make up half a second, and it's way easier said than done, isn't it?
Yeah, well, he's 0.4 of a second down on Jesse Cronin's Sector 1 alone, so that sort of tells you, it's not really... They've got to create so much time through the middle of the lap, and realistically, the overtaking opportunity, well, it's down at turn 3, end of the back straight, and from there on out, it's so difficult to get alongside that, yeah, sure, you may be able to carry that pace in the middle of the race. I'm thinking they're setting this car up to look after its tyres a little bit better is about all they're trying to do, and you can see that's not really an aggressive attack for the final couple of corners. I reckon they might be on their way in. I don't think they'll necessarily finish this lap.
So it looks like that will be all she wrote for the session, and yeah, Winkelhock committing to the pit entry line there. Very interesting pit entry on the outside of the final corner. But regardless, looks like he was the only car out on track at the time, and he will bring it in. One last lap time cancelled for Douglas Koo in the number 65. Once again for track limits. I think maybe there'll be a bit of a debrief with the stewards telling them to tighten it up a little bit for the race.
Well, Doug Koo's out there, just circulating. He's the only car on the GT3 AM class, so I mean, he's already one that, if I was in his shoes, so just breach it every lap, see how many penalties we can rack up. Just set
one kind of record.
Why not?
Yeah, of course. Well, we have cars being wheeled out. Once again, this is the end of the GT3 qualifying, and we're getting ready for the GTC race yet to come. That's going to be happening in round about 20 to 25 minutes time. Looking forward to this one. Second race of the day. We had one heck of a start with the Super Compacts earlier in the morning, and now we find our way to some lovely GT action. Can't wait for the 12 lapper to come.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one to kick us off here before the lunch break. So we'll have 12 laps worth of GTC racing action, which has been one of the more fun categories over the years. A mix of different cars and classes will kick us off. For your GT racing action, of course, we've already had Super Compact to start off the morning. 27 thousandths of a second decided that one. But as we move into this one, the Ford RR Daytona GT Coupe, the kit car, was very, very quick earlier in the year when they were last out here. Looks like we've had a new entry as well. Porsche Club Sport GT4 entry will be joining the roster. So the expansion of the GTC field is good to see. 8 cars will be taking to the track in just a few moments as well. And that will be coming up in about 10 minutes, so we'll step away, take a little bit of a breather, and then bring you first the final category before we step away for the lunch break. So ladies and gentlemen, back in just a few moments. Well, welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the second of our races for the weekend. Qualifying across the board has now been run and done, and it is the second to last time that all of these categories will go racing for the 2024 season. GTC has 12 laps ahead of us, and that looks to me like a Daytona Coupe on pole, and that I think will be Siramet. So that's good to see that he's back and he's quick. And to take you back throughout the journey, he put it on pole, I think, back at round number 1. For the fans watching along at home, this is to bring Reese up to date as well. And unfortunately, had issues with the rear tyres being too cold as he tipped it in down, I believe, to turn 5 on lap 1, and the rear just went straight out from underneath him.
Yeah, a bit of a shame there, but you know what? Pole position, and he'll be looking to make a very good recovery from that, but he does have the championship leader starting right behind him, Karapong Akaninarot in the Toyota Supra. It looks like about half a second the gap for pole position, so we'll see just how much of that qualifying speed Siramet can carry.
Yep, so put it on pole, you'll have Karapong behind him in the first of the Toyota Supras, Lamborghini Gallardo of Manuel Rafael Caceres' third. Chem Dolma is a little bit further back in Ford Mustang. I believe that's a Trans Am car from Chem. Over the last couple of seasons, he's had some issues with that, has had some speed as well. Manak Kulapanok, Toyota Supra, and then Damien Hamilton's Trans Am 2 Ford Mustang at a 6th spot. And like we said, new entry of the series will be that of Geeky and Ross, the Australian. And Rafael Galliano will round out the field as well in another Trans Am, Ford Daytona Coupe to round the rear end of the field. So 8 cars will be competing here for race number 7 for the GTC category.
Yep, 7 of 8, and the 8th and final race will be taking place tomorrow in the morning for another 12-lap race after the Super Eco final race. It's a really jam-packed weekend of racing that we have here at the Chang International Circuit. And this is the last race before our lunch break and the afternoon's racing yet to come. We've got a great schedule up. Next race after this is going to be the Super Eco category. Then we have Super Pickup. Always love the Super Pickups there. The GTM and GT4 final race after that for race 9. And we round things out with Supercar GT3 and Super Pickup once again. Looking forward to all of that.
Yeah, so that'll be on the back half. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've got interviews from Goody in English for you. We'll cross to that now.
Really excited. Just looking forward to a great result, So, yeah.
Yes, you still the excited?
Yeah, really excited, Qualifying in the top 3 is very good.
Yes.
So, yeah, we're very much looking forward to fighting it out in the next 12 laps.
All right, so long time to come back that. So, how do you feel preparing for this race?
Been doing lots of other races.
Yes.
Just preparing my body,
okay.
Preparing mentally, physically,
okay.
Being the best shape I can be for this race.
Okay, last question for comment to Thai fans.
Just thank you very much for this opportunity and very excited for the next year coming. So, ขอบคุณครับ
Hope so. Best of luck here. โอเคก็ถามเขานะครับในเรื่องของวันนี้ก็ยังมีความตื่นเต้นอยู่นะครับแม้ว่าจะขับมาหลายสนามแล้วแต่แน่นอนในเรื่องของการเตรียมความพร้อมและการแข่งขันก็คือทำให้ดีที่สุดนะครับแล้วก็ขอบคุณ
Having a chat to the driver of the number 95 there. Sorry, Scott.
Yeah, Manuel Rafael Caceres, who's managed to stick his Lamborghini Gallardo onto the second row of the grid. 3rd place start for him. Interesting to see if he can get the run down into turn number 1. Gridding in place as well, and you can see the amount of attention that's being shown to the field of drivers here this afternoon. Reese, there's a lot of love in Thailand for the Super Series, and let alone international love as well for the Super Pickups later on. And this will be your first taste of the Super Pickups this afternoon on a wider track. You've only seen them from the street circuit.
Yeah, indeed. It's been it was an absolute rollicking ride back at Bang Sen, and I can't wait to see what those super pickups can really do. I love the international representation that we have here in GTC as well. Of course, the majority of the drivers here from Thailand, but Manuel Rafael Caceres from the Philippines, Cem Yilmaz, Turkish driver. We also have Ian Ross from Australia racing in the Porsche GT4 Club Sport. So it's awesome to see that drivers from all over the world have come here to race in the Thai Super Series. Only a few minutes left until we get to see all of those drivers at full chat.
Yeah, and a couple minutes away, so you can see they're clearing the bulk of the crew off of the grid at the moment as everyone gets set and ready. Damien Hamilton spoke to him a little bit earlier, or the crew on the ground spoke to him a little bit earlier in the year. He said he was just targeting a little bit of improvement was what he was looking for across the duration here. He's been putting in a fair bit of work, fair bit of fitness, and working on himself as he's been trying to grow his skills and improve and push himself a little bit further forward. So an opportunity to again show us what he's learned across the year. And this will be a big one, big opportunity for him as well. Alright, it's just about the grid. It's being cleared now. So it'll be moments away. We'll be moving off on the formation lap. And I tell you what, I do love seeing the Daytona Coupe kit cars. They're a sight to behold, aren't they, Reese?
Oh yeah, I love them. And that's why I like categories like this, because you get to see cars that you don't usually see racing in other series. I mean, like down in Australia, we have Trans Am, we have sports sedans as well, which allow you to see a great variety of cars. But the first time I saw GTC, I thought to myself, this is a great selection of cars that they've got for this championship. And you see that throughout all of the series that operate under the Thailand Super Series banner, all the way from Super Eco up to Supercar GT3, a variety of machinery that you don't often see in the global racing scene these days.
Yeah, 1 minute now and we'll be rolling off here in just a few moments. And 12 laps going to be the duration for our GTC cars, as well as they'll start to get fired up in the background. And then we'll get them rolling for the formation lap. Rolling start, I believe, for these guys as well. And the run down to turn number 1. That's what it'll look like in a lap's time.
Some solid pace coming out of these cars as well. I mean, we saw the qualifying times for Supercar GT3 earlier, setting 1 minute 35 second lap times. These cars aren't that far off. Only 7 seconds difference between the fastest times for GT3 and the fastest times for GTC here. And on board with the second place running car, the Toyota Supra 3S, you see just how race prepped these things are. Low to the ground, powerful, and just enough body roll to make it look like the car's actually doing something. I love it.
Yeah, and then the wiggle around as well. The Trans Am cars quite harsh on their tires as well. Well, this is what the grid is going to look like for your GTC racing action for race number 7 of the calendar. Proudly brought to you by Idemitsu. And yet again, the track map for GTC. And like you said, fast and flowing through Sector 1. The Trans Ams do a great job of applying that power on lap number 1. The run down to turn number 3, they tend to go straight up the inside, get a whole bunch of spots. But how can they hang on through Sector 2 and Sector 3, the twisty bits, as you like to say, Reese? But the Ventus F200, the racing tyre for GTC.
Indeed, very similar to the tyre that was used for Super Compact earlier on in the day, and the 18 and 19-inch rims being used for Supercar GT. Wide range of sizes available for these cars. Big thanks to Hankook for their support of the Thailand Super Series. Some excellent racing action resulting from the use of these tyres as we go to the grid Siramet is on pole position with Akarapong Akaninarot in second place. Manuel Rafael Caceres, the Filipino driver, starting alongside the Turk of Tim Yudulmaz. Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand, second car there in the hands of Manat Kulapalanot, and Damien Hamilton is starting alongside him. And then we have Ian Geeky Ross and Rafael Galliana from France, racing from 8th and last place there in the second of our Ford Daytona GT Coupes. Looking forward to the start here, Scott. It's going to be a fun ride.
I was just actually looking when we were in the gridding phase there. I don't recall seeing the second of the Daytona Coupes, so I think there's been an issue for Rafael Galliana and the Frenchman not on the grid.
He's starting from the pits.
So at least they did get that car back out there, because I was worried there might have been dramas, but that might have just been a missed pit lane exit timing, I would say, because you've got to keep these events rolling. You don't keep everyone to time or schedule, you tend to lose a fair bit of time, and whatever the reason, Galliana will start from pit lane, but for the rest of our cars, they are on the run down to the final corner. Medical car sits in the background as well. Field under the control of Siramet, who will lead the way. Tell you what, they are brawling to the final corner as well. He is holding them back.
Slow start, but now the green flag will fly, and we'll get to see the full power of these cars in all of their glory. Form up, wait for the lights to come off, and away we go.
And have a look at the Trans Am. Damien Hamilton's immediately going to step out to the right-hand side of the shot. That's the outside of turn one. Oh, he's a long way around. It's Yudulmaz. Sorry, my apologies. He's going the long way around. Hamilton stuck in behind the Lamborghini at the moment. Cannot get the power down, but Cem Yudulmaz got the elbows out, got aggressive, and here comes Galliana out of pit lane as well. He'll have some work to do.
Yeah, certainly quite a bit of work to do. Yudulmaz now trying to go for second place. He had to run wide coming out of turn one, but he'll find himself in third between the two Supras. Really good recovery from Manat Kulapalanot there to get the Supra a little bit further up the order and try and join his teammate Akarapong. Yep, here comes Yudulmaz. He's going to go for the inside coming into Sector 2.
Well, he got the car down in there. Now, can he pull it up out the other side? He's just run a little bit off the track, so he has barely managed to pull that one up. Now here comes the Supra of Akarapong, who's going to try and nick that second spot back. In the meantime, though, Siramet's managed to find himself a little bit of space to skip clear, but Cem Yudulmaz has got to make some time now whilst the tyres are hanging on board, and here comes the Supra back once more. Akarapong had a look as they head down into turn number 8, not quite far enough up alongside. The run to turn 9 forced Yudulmaz to cover him off a little bit. Now the teammate's going to have a little bit of a run at him as well.
Yeah, got to be careful though. Remember, Akarapong in the first of the Supras is the championship leader, and he's going to try and go for the position again here on Yudulmaz, coming down to the final corner here. Hard braking zone towards the end of the lap. The Supra should have the advantage over the Trans Am machine here, but the power belongs to Cem Yudulmaz.
Yeah, and he has managed to pull away, and now it's going to be a fight between the two teammates. Akarapong on the outside, on the inside is that of Manat, who is absolutely having a go, and now Cem has bought himself a little bit of a margin, and he'll try and run away. Have a look at Damien Hamilton, though, in the background. Needed to find a way past the 95 machine of Manuel Rafael Caceres in the Lamborghini Gallardo, and has not been able to make any headway. And have we suddenly lost Akarapong? Because he's just dropped out of that shot. No, there he is. So he is dropping back.
Yeah, this is not good for Akarapong. He's looking a little bit slower than he was at the start, and I think it all began with his attempted move there on Cem Yudulmaz. I don't know if there was contact. I don't think there was, but out of the final corner on this lap, Akarapong just started losing pace out of nowhere.
Yeah, and he's continued to lose it. Whatever the issue was, he's got some car speed back. No, that's the 37 machine. That's actually Manat. Sorry, my apologies. So I believe that's the 38 machine that's just cut through at the front end of the shot, attached to the rear end of Cem Yudulmaz's car. So I think that is Akarapong, who still managed to hang onto the spot. Indeed, timing scoring's just updated for us and fixed that one. So it is Manat who was having some issues, didn't get the drive off. Now Akarapong's starting to come back at Cem Yudulmaz. And they'll continue to trade back and forth. The Turkish driver sits in second at the moment from Thai driver, and he's starting to try and defend a little bit as Chemi Dolmas feeling that rear view mirror. Have a look at how supreme the Super is on the brakes when they get to the last corner.
Yeah, shorter wheelbase, I presume a bit of a lighter car as well than the Trans Am TA1 Mustang. We've got a TA1 and a TA2 competing in this field. But Yilmaz definitely has the edge on everybody here in the first sector of the lap. You'll see just how he pulls away here down the straights, and Akarapong will be hoping that he gets a whisper of slipstream here. Defensive from Yilmaz. I don't think he really needed to defend that. He's that far ahead by the time they get to the braking zone.
Key factor will be you've got to keep half an eye on what the lap times look like, because there is a fair bit of heat that goes through the Trans Am car. They skip around in the rear end a little bit under brakes on the throttle. They do lean on the tyre quite a bit harder than that of the Toyota Supras. So Karapong's just going to stay relevant, look after the tyres, give himself something to work with later on. Be the big key for him. I might as well stretch that margin out as we head down into turn number 5. And now, just keeping half an eye on the background as well. Rafael Manuel is starting to come back towards Manat. There's not a lot between those two guys. Hamilton's had a scruffy lap as well, so he's fallen a little bit further behind. So again, it'll be that Karapong, by the way, very quick in the middle sector, so much so he sets the purple sector the race fastest second sector. Siramat's not disappearing down the road either.
No, he's not. He was the fastest car on track last lap, and it seems it's the same this lap as well. He's certainly solidly in the lead. We'll have to wait and see if Chairman Akarapong will be able to find a little bit of extra pace to try and challenge him. He's not completely out of the woods as Siramet, but that Daytona Coupe is looking mighty fast at the moment.
It certainly is. Rafael Galeana's still out there and still trying to track down Ian Ross. Did take some time out of him on the most recent lap. By the way, Damien Hamilton passes through the speed trap on this lap with a 236.6. And Manuel Rafael Caceres was the next closest car at 2.5. So those two quite quick in a straight line. And that will be the reason that Damien's having a lot of issues trying to pass that Lamborghini Gallardo. Because there's realistically not a lot of difference, and then the Lamborghini will be quite quick in a straight line here and then through the middle sector of the lap. So now he's caught Manat. Tell you what, he's 20 kilometers an hour faster in a straight line than Manat is, so he's absolutely going to be reeling him in all the straights.
Yeah, that's insane straight line speed. But of course, we are now in Sector 3, where mechanical grip is the bigger factor. And it's those cars that have a better chassis set up for the twisties that get it done. The number 18 here, Ian Geeky Ross, hailing from Australia in the Porsche Cayman GT4 machine. Currently on his own at the moment, not quite able to match the lap times of people ahead of him. And I get the feeling he's going to be coming up against Rafael Galeana very shortly indeed. Can't quite see him on track here at the moment, but it's about 9 seconds the gap at the moment.
So keep an eye on that battle as it continues to develop, as does this one. On the run down to turn number 1. Now he'll be the best opportunity for Damien Hamilton and Manuel Rafael Caceres to get the job done. And have a look at how much quicker in a straight line they are than the Super. The Super covers to the inside, and Manuel gets pinched because Hamilton's going to try and go the long way around. He backs out of it in the end. He's going to try and pinch this spot back off Damien Hamilton. Hamilton leaves a room for rent on the inside of turn 3 to give him a heap of space, but he will pick that spot off, and that was just about picking the right lane at the right time for Damien Hamilton.
Oh no! Okay, that is the front hood gone from the Lamborghini. out of nowhere. How on earth did that happen? We've seen a few cars with the shaking bonnets earlier on, particularly the Yaris in Super Compact. That was that came out of nowhere. That really surprised me. I saw it shaking, and then whoop, off it goes. Debris on the track now. We might have to have a local yellow at least to get that removed.
Well, it was right there, right by the side of the track, and I think actually that's landed very close to the camera down there too, so they'll be aware of it. They'll get shots. There's a big gap in the field. There is the benefit of there'll be no one coming through that section of track for a good 40 seconds or so. So the marshals have grabbed that one very, very comfortably. They didn't even need to display yellow flags for that. So 12-lap race, that's the benefit of that one. But in the meantime, is he going to continue on in that 95 car? That we watch and wait for.
Indeed we do. And the Lamborghini no longer a factor in this battle, so it is just Supra versus Mustang for fourth and for second as well. At the moment, Cem Yilmaz still keeping a Karapong behind him and looking quite comfortable, it has to be said. Siramet is just running away, and that's a commentator's curse and a half. As soon as I said he was looking comfortable, wide at the hairpin at turn 3.
Just didn't turn in. There was no bite from the front tyres at all. He's gonna try and have a crack here because he's got the straight line speed, so he does get back down to the inside. Karapong's gonna have to be choosy about where he tries to fight this. Doesn't fight it at 4. Indeed, doesn't fight it at 5 either, but he'll be trying to set up a switch back down the inside at 6. Yeah, not quite alongside.
Yeah, so it'll be follow the leader here through the final sector. But one thing I have noticed is as soon as they get through the penultimate corner, the Supra just comes at the Mustang. Wait and see here through this sequence. Yilmaz forced to the inside here, and it was almost an outside move there from a Karapong. He's going to draw alongside, and this is the section where the Supra really shines. Gets up the inside of Yilmaz, and then towards the final corner, it's a battle, a last of the late breakers.
Well, I think it's a battle of the braking performance, and that Supra is supreme on the brakes. Finally gets the job done for Cem Yilmaz. You think he might steal it back on the run down to turn 3, and that all stemmed from the mistake down at turn 3 on the last lap for Cem. Half race distance now, 6 more laps left to run. Damien Hamilton in the meantime has just managed to get his way past Manat. So he'll pick up a spot, and the Lamborghini's coming back at the pair of them as well.
Yeah, I thought after the bonnet loss, the Lamborghini had fall behind, but Manuel Rafael Caceres is looking mighty good for the time being. Bentley does it for...
Some extra cooling going on in that Lamborghini, I think, at the moment.
Yeah, I would say so. Aerodynamic performance probably not the best, though. Cem Yilmaz is starting to come back here at a Karapong, and he's going to take second place back coming into the second sector. But you know what? I just wait with bated breath for that final S-bend before the final corner. That is where a Karapong really comes back at him. This battle's going to keep going to the end, I imagine.
Yeah, for sure. The problem is he's never going to be able to pull away enough to get himself to a comfortable position. And Karapong continues to just bide his time. A little bit further back this time, and that's the difference between pulling the car up nice and accurately down at turn 3, and that's the battle in the background of the show of Siramet, who's done a phenomenal job in stretching margins for the tyre driver.
Yeah, he's just looked really comfortable out in front, hasn't he? Plenty of downforce on the rear of that car. It's got one of the biggest rear wings I've ever seen. And you see how much of a sort of high drag kind of setup he's got here. Obviously, the Daytona Coupe has the power to get down the straights nicely. But in those twistier parts of the circuit where you need that rear end stability, he's certainly got it down as well. Compare that to the relatively shallow rear wing angle of the TA1 Mustang and the Supra.
And also the width on that wing, I think, is the big factor, and a Karapong nearly ended up picking himself up some Mustang brake lights, the way that he was on the anchors down there. Got good drive out the other side too, so he is going to continue to chase Cem Yilmaz. And this is the age-old battle of displacement versus aerodynamic grip.
Yeah, Supra with a bit of a smaller engine, and the Mustang with a big brutish V8. It being a TA1, it's probably in the realm of 7-litre capacity. So he's certainly got power on his side. Plenty of torque in the slow stuff, but the mid-corner speed of the Supra is really shown in this final sector, and the shorter wheelbase, a better chassis setup. Meanwhile, Damien Hamilton, my apologies, finding his way into a good gap now over Manat. It seems the TA2 Mustang, despite having a bit less power than Yadulmak's car, it's looking all right for the time being, with coming up to 4 laps to go here. Siramet now in the lead by nearly 9 seconds as these two still go at it over second.
He's just been able to look after those tyres, hasn't he? So he's only 0.4 Siramet off his fastest lap of the race, whereas these two guys are about a second slower for Chemi Dolmaz in his fastest lap of the race, and touch better than that for a Karapong as well. Big thing he'll be looking for is just, can he find a way by, and he'll watch and wait for the rear end of that Trans Am to just wiggle around on a corner exit. Albeit he's only got 4 more laps to really be able to show the pace at wide entry. He's really looking to square that corner off, isn't he?
Oh, yeah. I mean, he has to. The Mustang is just able to get off the corners a little better. So the more momentum you can carry onto the exit of the corner, the closer you'll ultimately be when the braking zone comes, and that's where you pull your move in the Supra. You'll have to wait a little longer, though. It's all about follow the leader through this section. There is plenty of space to make a move, as we've seen in the race earlier today, but you'll have to wait until the end of this section to really find it. And was that a little slide there from Yadulmaz?
Yeah, I think the rear end of the car's starting to really go away from him now. Here comes the Karapong. Again, fills the rearview mirror, but this time Yadulmaz doesn't cover it. I think that's quite crucial as well. Just elects not to cover at 8, but he will cover at 9. Trying to get a nice narrow entry to hug the inside, not present the opportunity. Karapong carries some nice speed, but again, needs to be alongside when they get to 10. Otherwise, it's follow the leader through 11. Jem's just able to carry the speed. Braking capacity. Toyota Supra's again just walked a little off the exit, had to lift off, couldn't carry it out the other side.
Yeah, well, we keep an eye on Manat here as Damien Hamilton is now driving away from him. Lap time for the TA2 Mustang was a 1:46.6. Compare that to a 46.8 for Manat, and unfortunately the Lamborghini of Manuel Rafael Caceres has not been able to keep up the pace. He's in the mid-47s now. I think he's just babying the car home at this stage. It's obviously not ideal to have a big piece of your car's bodywork missing.
I was just going to say that it looks like that's what the exhaust for the engine. And that is starting to move around a little bit. That's not the angle it was at a couple laps ago, so they're going to have to be careful with that car, or they'll have more than just a front bonnet to reattach. And in the meantime, 18 machines, still 7.5 seconds worth of margin. Back to Rafael Galeana.
Yeah, saw Galeana in the pits earlier on, having a chat to, I believe, his crew or officials, and probably discussing how he was going to go about this. It's good to see that he's gotten out there and is now finding his way further forward. You notice the difference in bodywork between his Daytona Coupe and the leading one, as it's 2 laps to go now for Siramet. Wheel arches a little bit smoother on this black and grey machine. Oh no, is that Yadulmaz? It is. Gone for a spin at the final corner.
So the rear end finally gets away from him. That will decide that battle for second and third spot. The problem now is he's probably cooked those rear tyres, and Damien Hamilton's coming back at him.
Yeah, Damien keeping up a nice consistent drive here. The less powerful TA2 Mustang obviously looking after its tyres a lot better. Not seeing any traces of contact from Akarapong's car, though the bumper does look a tiny bit misaligned there on the front, so maybe that's worth keeping an eye on later on. But he can just cruise to the finish now. It's going to be a tough ask to match the pace of Siramet up the front, who now leads by 11 seconds. And, well, now he doesn't have anyone to battle with. All he needs to do is bring it home in these last 1 and a bit laps.
Big question, though, will be can Damien see if he can get after Chem and potentially close that one down? Because with the car that's just lost the rear end, more heat through the rear tyres for Chem. The sector times look like, well, Damien Hamilton's just done his personal best in sector 2, so he's taken 9/10 out of Chemi Dolmaz in sector 1. He's taken another 2/10 out of him in sector 2, so he is making margin. In the meantime, Siramet on his way down the final corner. He will get the one more lap left to run when he crosses the start-finish line. In a confident season for the driver of the 11 car. Won a host of races this year. It's really shown. He showed up to play in that car this year. But Karapong has not had an easy race. He's been pressed to try and get aggressive, eventually forced the mistake of Chemi Dolmaz.
Nice fast lap from Akarapong there, 1 minute 45.1. That's equal pace with the leader, but Damien Hamilton took out 1.2 seconds on Chemi Dolmaz for 3rd place. And don't forget, Damien Hamilton is 2nd in the championship in GTC, so he needs to conserve as many points as he can.
Yeah, absolutely be looking to see if he can't pick up that spot. And I'd say that's a timing issue for Karapong.
Yeah, it does seem that way. It's happened a couple of times.
So I wouldn't be too worried about him falling down the standings. So we get some sort of visual confirmation as well. But in the meantime, Siramet's on the run to home, out of 7. Into 8. And then 9, he'll dip through the hill. And then he'll climb all the way back up.
The ever more damaged Lamborghini still catching up to Manat. Manuel Rafael Caceres might be able to grab 5th place on the final lap here if he plays his cards right, but now it's only 1 corner to go for an absolutely dominant drive from Siramet in the number 11.
Okay, getting the job done now, the final corner. He'll take race 7 for Thailand Supercar GTC. Gets the job done, and that might be enough to clinch the championship for him as well. Karapong had a race-long fight. Chemi Dolmaz gets the job done for 2nd. What's the margin look like between the two guys for 3rd? Damien Hamilton tracks down Chemi Dolmaz, but runs out of laps. 1 more lap would have been enough to see him on the podium. Manat Kulpanot will get the job done over Manuel Rafael Caceres. Provided one of the moments of the race, losing the bonnet, but managing to bring that car home.
Yeah, what a drive from Siramet. Qualified on pole position by half a second and did not look back. Everyone was battling behind, and he didn't fall under any pressure the whole way. Looked like he was just cruising out there.
Yeah, nice and comfortable. Good start, good run away. That's what he was looking for.
Chang International Circuit smiling upon the Daytona Coupes today as we go to our results then, Scott.
Yeah, Siramet's going to take the race win from Karapong. Chemi Dolmaz home in 3rd were your podium finishes. So it'll be the Tech Pro Racing driver from Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand and Total Monster Racing home in 3rd. Damien Hamilton home in 4th, Manat in 5th, and Manuel Rafael Caceres from Ian Ross and Rafael Galeana. Fastest lap time of the race, a 44.527 from Siramet. Strong drive from him once again.
Damien Hamilton set his best lap of the race on the final lap as well, chasing down Chemi Dolmaz. So, yeah, if only the race was 13 laps and not 12, might have seen a very interesting pass between our Mustangs there. That's going to be the final race before our lunch break here as we go through our highlights. Man, I can't wait to see some of the action here again. It all started there with that brilliant jump from Yadulmaz, and it's a shame he ran so wide in the first turn because that would have been an incredible move if he pulled that off.
Well, he got left no room on the exit of the racetrack as well, just having a look back at that one. That was Galliana turning the racetrack from pit lane start for him. And then became the scrap. Garapong round the outside at turn 10. That was not easy. And didn't quite get the job done. And there they settled in just a little bit. Not quite able to get close enough. Maybe Hamilton would start to apply some pressure to the rear of Lamborghini Gallardo. Eventually got past him. And then, well, I would say some weight reduction methods enforced by Manuel Rafael Caceres. And there though, Damien Hamilton just kept gaining time, didn't he? He just improved as the race went on, which is very difficult to do in a Trans Am car.
Yeah, indeed. He definitely took advantage of that car being a little easier on its tyres than Cem Yadulmaz's. And, I mean, there wasn't much in the way of airtime for Siramet in the end, but we saw him come to the finish. And, you know, we often say on our sim racing stream, Scott, it's usually a good sign if you don't get much airtime. If you're out in front, it means you're doing a good job.
Yeah, nice and comfortable. You're in all the right spots at all the right time. And cruises home. The team celebrates in style as well.
Certainly does. There's our podium, and man, sets things up pretty well for the final race of the season tomorrow. If you're interested in catching Supercar GTC, it will be taking place at about 10 in the morning Malaysian time. So that'll be another 12-lapper after the Super Eco race to start off Sunday's action.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, goodies down with the drivers, and I know that there's a couple of English interviews that will be conducted here. Definitely Cem Yadulmaz will be one of the drivers. But I believe Siramet, they conduct the interview with him in English as well.
นี่นะฮะผู้ที่ได้มาเป็นอันดับ3นะครับโอเคเซมอยู่ตรงนู้นนะฮะแน่นอนว่าในเรื่องของปีที่ผ่านมากับผลของ Result เนี่ยก็ถือว่าเขามีการพัฒนาในเรื่องของการขึ้นมาอยู่ในโพเดียมมาค่อนข้างดีทีเดียว Hello, congratulations for the third position.
Hello.
Yes. How do you feel?
Try it.
Try it.
Yeah.
Really? Just 12 rounds?
You want to drive?
No. Yes,
Okay.
I know that. Just a muscle car, right? Just you need power performance here.
Yeah. That's
Yes.
right.
Okay. Just talk about the result in this season, or you have the better and the good performance all the year. Yes.
Getting better, of course. Like, I hope people enjoy. That's I'm already having fun, but I hope they enjoy also.
So many people just enjoy and
That's
happy
important.
when you see that you in the track.
Yeah.
You know? So talk about next season.
Yes, next season going to be GTC 1 hour. Maybe, probably I'd like to bring my son. He's a young, 20 years old,
Right.
rally driver, official Ford rally driver.
Your son will come here.
I hope, yeah.
I hope, all
that's
right.
what my plan.
Yes.
Yeah.
โอเคก็สัมภาษณ์เซมนะครับเขาก็บอกว่าโอ้มันก็เหนื่อยนะเพราะว่ารถคันนี้ค่อนข้างใช้แรงค่อนข้างเยอะนะเป็นมัสเซลคาร์นะครับแล้วก็ในเรื่องของผลการแข่งขันเนี่ยนะครับเขาก็รู้ว่ามันมีการพัฒนาขึ้นที่ดีแล้วก็ในปีหน้าเนี่ยก็มีการคาดหวังว่าอยากจะให้ลูกชายเขาเนี่ยได้มาแข่งด้วยนะครับเพราะลูกชายเขาเพิ่งจะอายุ20เองโอเค let's leave a comment to Thai fans who supporting you
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Thank you ขอบคุณครับโอเคครับไปดูอันดับ2กันต่อนะฮะสำหรับตรงนี้นะครับ Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand นะครับกับ X อัครพงศ์อัครนิโรธโอ้โหนี่ต้องบอกว่าเป็นแชมป์แน่ๆแล้ว 100% นะครับสำหรับรุ่นนี้นะครับเป็นยังไงบ้างครับ
Well, ladies and gentlemen, good opportunity to have a chat to Cem Yadulmaz. That was, he finishes out a third spot, and it'll be really, really cool to see both himself and his rally driving son back next year, and discussions as well. GTC category we expanded out to an hour worth of racing action for 2025. That's a huge opportunity to bring them up to in line with the other of the supercar classes as well, Reese.
Yeah, certainly. I do love those hour-long races. They provide an awful lot of action. I'm looking forward to seeing how the action changes over the course of that. But as Goody has a chat to our race winner, man, or prepares to have a chat to our race winner, what a brilliant drive it was from all of our podium. Yes, Yadulmaz may have made that mistake down at the final turn, but in the end, a podium's a podium, and that's some solid points in the bag.
Yeah, certainly is. Well, that is going to bring us to a close for the first half of the racing action for today. We're going to step away for an hour worth of break at the moment. We will be back. Sorry, it's only half an hour worth of break today. We'll be back with the Thailand Super Eco in around about half an hour's time.